Received the link for the recording?
Yes, sure. I received. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so today we are starting with chapter number 4, and in continuation with what we had studied already, today we are going to talk about the risk management life cycle for all three types of management: portfolio, program, and project. This is going to be how we are going to address it. Actually, as you understand, the life cycle of project management is like uh, you first create a risk management plan, then you, according to the risk management plan, whatever guidelines have been provided in the risk management plan, based on that, you start the identification of risks, you do the qualitative risk analysis, and then you do the quantitative risk analysis. Both of these analyses are to be done in this sequence. First, the qualitative analysis, and then the quantitative analysis. And after you have done both kinds of analysis, you are now ready to prepare your risk responses. You can create your responses, and then this all is happening while you are in planning. When you are in execution of the project, you will implement those risk responses wherever required. Whenever a risk occurs, or is about to occur, whenever is the time to take action, that is the time where you will implement those risk responses which you had already planned. And finally, we will monitor the risks. So, well, we have already discussed a lot about risk, and there are a lot many things which are going to be repetitive in these slides. But actually, wherever and whenever we want to discuss something, we are enjoying it. That is okay. When you feel that this is a repetition, you already know it, you can tell me, and I can start skipping those things. But anyways, it is good to have those things on the slide as if we do not forget anything.
Okay.
So risk is something which we usually ignore, we usually do not acknowledge, but whether you believe it or not, risks are always there in everything we do, even in our personal life.
Sure.
But as right now we are talking about the organizational work, so I would say whatever we do in our organizations, that there is association of some risk to every activity we do. So risks are inherent in everything, especially when we are dealing with project, program, and portfolio management, because these are change related initiatives. And whenever there is change, the level of uncertainty increases. As we had already discussed, in operational work, there is risk, but that risk might be too small to handle, too small to deal with, rather than in a completely novel environment where you are trying to create something new, where you may not have done that job earlier. And in the hierarchy of portfolio programs and projects, we understand project is the smallest unit, and we call it the unit of change. Actually, if you want to bring any kind of change in your organization, that actually happens at the project level. And then if you look up the hierarchy, naturally, as you move up the hierarchy, things become even more uncertain. You have programs, and naturally, in projects, you know what activities you have to do, and you try to find risk in them. But in programs, things are a little bit more uncertain. And at the portfolio level, uncertainty level is even increased. And at the strategic level, uh, there is a very high level of uncertainty. Now, why not operations? Because operations, we have SOPs, we have standard operating procedures, and in most of the cases, we are following that SOP. So anything wrong which can happen could be in one of those activities, and that is not going to be very usual. But as far as strategy of the organization is concerned, um, strategy is constantly going through a kind of a change, and that change is realized through the operation of portfolios, programs, and projects. So all of these things, strategy, portfolio, programs, and project, I would treat them highly risky. Now, at the same time, we did talk about what kind of temperament your organization does have towards risk. What is the level of tolerance we have? How do we treat the risk? Do we acknowledge the risk at all? What is our appetite? What is our attitude towards the risk? All of these things matter a lot. Organizational inertia is inherently risky because products and services become stale over time, and organizations may lose their competitiveness due to societal and technological changes. When you created this organization, it might have been the state of the art. You might have brought in the latest technology, latest knowledge, and you have created something which nobody else has created. It is state of the art. But if you do not keep updating it, do not consider, new developments going on around you, technological or, otherwise, any changes in the society, they are affecting your organization. And it is just like a decay process. An organization which does not change, it gets decayed, and ultimately if they don't take any action, they will be weeded out of the system one day. We don't want that. So we are treating every such development around us as a risk, and we are dealing it like a risk. We are responding to it, and resultantly, what we'll be doing is we would be learning, and we would be evolving. We would be changing our system. We would be continuously in the process of updation of our system, and thus we will never grow old. Risk can be difficult to manage because a single risk can have a different impact on various components of portfolio and program and across the various levels of an organization. For example, let us look at a very large risk at the organizational level. There is a hostile takeover of your organization, and your organization's strategy is at risk that those people who will take over the organization, they are not going to honor the current strategy, and they would like to create their own, right? So
Yeah,
that is going to impact not only the organization, but all the portfolios and projects and programs going on within that
mm,
organization may have some impact on them. And interestingly, those impacts could be varying in size. Maybe projects, maybe the hardest hit articles, than the programs or the portfolios. But anyways, what I need to tell you is that there is a kind of a transmission of that impact. If the risk is at organizational level, it may travel down to the project level.
yeah,
Although I'm not saying that there are no risks specific to the project program and the portfolio, they are also there. But the same risk we deal at the organizational level may have a different impact on a portfolio, a different impact on a program, and a different impact on a project. So maybe we have different strategies to respond to the same risk at different levels of hierarchy. Okay. Organizations build adaptive frameworks to ensure alignment with environmental competitiveness and confront increasing complexity associated with goal attainment and decision making. I think this is a self explanatory statement, and it doesn't need to be explained. We have already, whatever we have already talked about, this is
yeah,
another way of putting that thing into words.
Yeah, yeah,
I have also talked to you about complexity.
yeah,
So complexity is an inherent characteristic of portfolios, programs, and projects. Where it is not only that if the thing is big, it will be complex. Sometimes projects are very complex, rather where the project is the smallest unit of change. Still, some projects are very complex. And what was the formula for complexity? What were the two things you should look at when we are talking about complexity
Uh,
in a
I think
system?
we have to see, yeah, we have to see the size and we have to see the degree of influence
Mhm.
and, say things, how much it is actually affecting. And, you know, uh, I think this is from the simplicity, the predictability, and
Mm-hmm.
totally unpredictability of the issue.
Mm-hmm.
I think we
Mm-hmm.
have to consider those things. Yeah.
Basically, the thing which makes anything complex in our system is number one, the number of components in that system, and number two is the number of interactions amongst those systems and those components. These are the two things which make anything complex. And I gave you an
Yeah.
example on that also, if you remember. If we
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
got five systems, five components in a system, and those five systems are naturally, that is not a very complex situation as compared to if
Yeah.
I had to coordinate with 100 systems, 100 components.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
as the number of components increase, complexity is likely to increase. And the second thing is, um, if every component wants to talk to every other component, that would increase the complexity as well. Even if I have only five components, but if every component wants to talk to every component, then it will be 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. That many number of communication channels have to be opened, right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
that
Yeah.
means
Okay.
that will also make the things complex. So I'm not talking specifically about a project or program or portfolio. I'm talking about
Okay.
any
Okay.
system, and there are two characteristics of that. So complexity is an inherent characteristic in portfolios, programs, and projects and their environment, which is difficult to manage due to various aspects involved in the workflow. And those things which result as a complexity, that's what you were describing. These are the things which are resulting out of complexity. If you are
Sure.
in a complex system, then your behaviors will change, your system's behavior will change, it will be more uncertain, and naturally if something is more uncertain it is more risky, and there is ambiguity. And if
Yeah.
I remember correctly, we did have a discussion on
Yeah.
uncertainty
Yeah.
and
Sure.
ambiguity, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. um, Complexity, when there is complexity, we have already talked about what is complexity. When it is complex, complexity is there in a system. You are dealing with a complex system, a complex project, a complex program, or a complex portfolio. Complexity impacts the stability, predictability, and capacity of both the organization and its activities to sustain its business. You see, it is just like, the it is causing a lot of weight on that unit in that organization, so that unit starts getting heavier and heavier. It starts consuming more and more resources, right? Thus uncertainty
Yeah.
and ambiguity increases in that part, and that becomes a black hole which starts eating up all the resources, right?
Yeah. Sure.
An integrated view of risk management is required to define the right construct in the organizational governance and operation. So, to avoid this kind of a black hole in your organization, you need to develop a proper understanding of what kind of governance mechanism we should have to manage the risk. So what I am specifically talking here is I'm talking about the risk governance structure. Risk governance
Yeah.
structure. Although you
Yeah.
see, governance is something big. There could be many governances, which are part of the larger governance. There could be quality governance structure. There could be, procurement governance structure. There should be many other governance things. But here we are more interested in how are we going to govern the risk management in the organization. And therefore, from the top, from the higher up, we should get some kind of governance guidelines available for us, as if at different levels of the organization we could apply that. So that governance is basically looking deep into the things, whether they are operations or they are projects or programs or portfolios. We have a common governance infrastructure which has been provided to us for purposes of the management of risk. Okay, by establishing the appropriate framework, an organization is able to articulate its objectives. If you understand what kind of environment you are getting into as an organization, you would be able to provide good governance structure as far as risk management is concerned to all your underlying departments and projects and programs and portfolios. You could better define their objectives. You could better explain the level of complexity and things, because that could make the things easier for the system. If a very comprehensive discussion is available on how to deal with various kinds of risky situations, that governance structure is going to provide us that. In an organization where things are not that complex, they may not have that detailed governance structure explained there. It also defines the external and internal parameters for processing an effective risk management lifecycle. What are the internal and external parameters? You remember that there are internal and external factors impacting our organization, our projects, our operations, our programs, our portfolio. Everything in the organization does exist in a kind of an environment, and then the environment closely sticking to us, to the entity, are the internal environment, which are coming directly from our organization, their culture, their style, and things, and naturally whatever their risk attitudes are, whatever their
Mm,
behavior is,
mm,
right? So
mm.
that is the
Yeah.
internal environment. And then we have the external environment, like, if your country is at war, if there is a problem in the economy, and if there are strict regulations, and if there are things are changing very frequently, there is an ambiguity at a national government level and things like that. All those things are going to somehow be inherited by your organization, and thus by your project programs and portfolios. So you must be able to, if you are in such an environment, you must be able to define the external and internal parameters, as if we can process what kind of risk management life cycle, how detailed it should be, how effective it should be, you could design.
Mm,
Then after you have at least be able to articulate what it is, then is the establishment of a risk criteria within the scope for the remaining processes through iterative activities. Now, once you have adopted a governance structure, a framework, and you are satisfied with the internal and external parameters, now is the time. Now you can start, uh, doing your own work within whatever entity you are. If you are a project manager or a program manager or a portfolio management, within the scope of work which has been assigned to you, you start developing appropriate risk management processes, which would be run iteratively throughout the life of the initiative you are undertaking, right? Meaning, as
yeah.
you
Mm,
remember, I have already told you about the life cycle, it was first of all, you create a risk management plan for your organization, identify
Mhm.
the risk, qualitative analysis, quantitative analysis, develop the risk responses, then you implement the risk responses, and ultimately you monitor those risks.
Right.
So this is not a linear thing happening. This is a continuous cycle which is evolving,
Yeah.
meaning you start with the identification of the risk from very beginning, and until the project has reached its end, we are continuously trying to identify any further risks. So the identification process is continuous, followed by the analysis, the qualitative and the quantitative analysis, followed by the risk responses. So this is a continuous, or everything is happening repetitively and iteratively throughout the life of the project. And if it is a program, if it is a portfolio, whatever level it is, the life cycle is remaining the same, except for the matter how the complexity may increase from one level to the other. Agreed?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
The purpose of establishing a framework is to align the resources and processes to the organization's strategies and objectives. Why did we create that framework we talked about? The governance management framework, the risk governance management framework, as if we are prepared, as if we are having all the ducks lined up, right?
Yeah.
You're going for a shooting competition, and all the ducks you are practicing on, they must be properly aligned, right? So align
Yeah.
your
Sure.
resources and processes to the organization's strategies and objectives. Now, once you have that, the risk management lifecycle works within the risk management framework. Now, from where does this risk management framework has come in? Can you relate the risk management framework with the risk governance framework?
Yeah.
Risk governance framework came from top, right?
Yeah. Exactly. From the board, maybe. Yeah.
And you are translating that governance mechanism into your respective level. If it is a portfolio, you will have a risk management plan developed within the portfolio. Sorry, risk management plan developed for the portfolio. If it is a program,
Yeah.
you will develop a risk management plan for the program. If it is a project, you will develop a risk management plan for the project. So basically, you are developing a risk management framework in light of the organizational risk governance guidelines which have been provided to you. You are now
Yeah.
translating them and trying to develop your strategy for the risk management in within a portfolio or within a program or within a project. So naturally, at the appropriate level, you will develop your risk management framework. So that is a difference between governance and the framework. Governance is coming from top, and management
From top.
is
Yeah. Just. Yeah.
translating that governance framework into their management framework, how they will apply it. Governance framework
Hmm.
is like instructions, and
Yeah.
management
Good point.
framework
Yeah.
is how that level of management is going to apply them
Manage.
at their level.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
once we have that cleared out, now we can move ahead. Okay, so the risk management life cycle we have already been introduced to, described in this section, illustrates a structured approach for undertaking a comprehensive view of risk throughout the enterprise. Now, the same life cycle applies in a different way to the enterprise or the organization. It applies to the in a different way to the portfolios of the organization, or to the programs of the organization, or to the project. All domains may have different level of complexity and different level of rigor with which this risk management life cycle would be applied. But one thing is common, that the risk management life cycle almost remains the same across all the domains. But the level of rigor and level of application, level of complexity may vary from one domain to the other domain. Even though the way of managing risks differ between these domains, naturally, I have told you that the managing risk at various levels could have a different strategy. Project is the most detailed level
Yeah,
where we go into the bare bone level of the thing. But maybe at program level, we are not going to that level of detail. So the environment is the same, but level of the domain dictates that how we apply the risk at that specific domain. And from one organization to another, this is also very true that maybe your organization is applying risk management in a different way, and a equally in a competitive organization is having a completely different strategy to deal with the risk, right? So
yeah, sure. Mm.
this is not going to be something which can be replicated. You can't say that we are
Yeah,
doing risk management in a very good way and somebody will copy your governance structure and they start using it. Probably they won't be
yeah,
benefited. So you have to
yeah,
design your own governance framework and the management framework for risk management. An overall life cycle approach outlines a sequence of logical phases that can be iterated. But having said all that, one thing we have agreed right from the beginning, that the life cycle looks like the same at every level. Same
yeah,
steps, same processes, right? But the level of complexity and level of detail and the level of rigor, they may vary
yeah.
from one level to the other, one domain to the
Mhm.
other. Okay, so coming back to our processes, these are the processes. At different levels, we may give different kind of importance, and we will go into different levels of detail. But anyways, these are the steps we have to take. Now, let me emphasize on one thing. Plan risk management should be the very first process. Why? Why the plan risk management is very first process, even before we start identifying the risk, even before we start performing any analysis. Why are we developing our risk management plan as our very first step in this life cycle? What is your
Uh,
opinion?
uh, yeah, I think a plan is, the first to come in every aspect, maybe. And we have to define, we have to agree on the scope and the objectives.
Right,
And so that we have to have just a strategy,
right.
So that has to be just in first place, and every stakeholders shall have in the same platform. That
Hmm.
means they should have good understanding on that. So the plan must come first, and
Hmm.
the context must be defined, and everyone involved must be just in the same
Very good.
platform and understanding it. Yeah,
Very nice. But one thing is very interesting here. We are not really
yeah,
talking about the plan. We are talking
yeah,
about the management plan.
yeah, huh?
There is a difference between a plan and a management plan. Probably I did talk about it before. There is a
Yeah, yeah,
difference between a plan and a management plan.
yeah.
Now, if you listen to me very carefully, this is very interesting difference. A
Yeah.
management plan is a plan about the plan, not the plan itself. It is a
Mm-hmm.
plan
Yeah.
about the plan, or I can call it a meta plan. A meta plan, but
Mm.
not the plan. Because when I say a plan, I am talking about all the details in the plan, down to the
Yeah.
smallest level. Actually, the
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
management plan is generally a guideline plan. It is not instructive. It is not, you can't impose it as such, but it provides you, okay, for example, it tells you if you want to identify the risks, these are the various approaches you can apply. If you apply this
Mm-hmm.
approach,
Mm-hmm.
then you will have to do this. So it will give you all the possibilities which could be applicable in the specific scenario of your domain. If you're dealing with a project, then in your project, what all can you do while identifying a risk? What all are the tools available for quantifying or qualifying the risk, and how do you apply them? Naturally, all of the tools may not be used at any one risk, right? One
Yeah.
specific tool will be used, but this management plan is going to outline the whole big scenario. It is a kind of an archive which tells us that all of these sets of things could be done, but it is not the plan. It is the plan about the plan. This is a
Mm.
management plan is a meta plan, right? That is why
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
that is why we create a management plan for everything. It's not only for the
Yeah.
project risk management.
Mm.
We do have
Mm.
us before we can start planning the risk. We develop a we start planning even scope. We develop a scope management plan. We develop a schedule management plan. We develop a cost
Yeah.
management plan. All these plans
Yeah.
are always the first step in planning. And after we have
Mm.
gathered out these management guidelines into one guiding principle, then we start doing our work. Even if it is a planning work, then we start exploring. Second important thing
Yeah.
about this
Mm.
management plan is its father is the governance. The father of management is governance, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Sure.
you will always look up to your father and see what the father has said. What the father has
Mm.
said, he has provided you with a governance framework, a general guideline. How should you behave? If you
Mm.
encounter any risk, this is the organizational level guideline, how different levels of organization and different domains should behave. It also
Mm.
talks about some of the tools and all, but not to that detailed level, what we will explore in a risk management plan, right? So
Mm-hmm.
this is how we have translated the governance framework of risk to the management framework of risk at our level.
Mm.
This is
Mm.
our interpretation of the governance framework which has been given to us, and we are supposed to, follow what the governance has been provided to us. We do not have any courage to go beyond the governance guidelines. Governance guidelines are final. They define the outer limit. You cannot go outside of
Mm.
them. So, remaining
Yeah.
within the governance limits, I will develop a risk management approach, risk management structure. This all is included in the risk management plan.
Mm.
Got
Mm.
it? And
Got it. Yeah. Thank you. Mm.
as I said, in the risk management plan, we are going to talk about how to identify the risk and what should be considered, how to do this. All these processes, all these steps will be discussed at appropriate level. If it is a project, we'll go to the appropriate level of detail. If it is a program, then there would be a different appropriate level of detail. At a portfolio, there will
Mm.
be a different things to be considered. But anyways, all these steps will be done, no matter at what level of the domain you are actually located. But this is how whole things are happening. So we learn two things. Number one, we develop a management plan which is
Yeah.
directly inherited from the governance framework. And this management
Mm.
plan includes all the guidelines we have developed specifically for our domain. How are we going to do each one of the steps of the life cycle, right?
Yeah. Sure.
And then we are going to, uh, evolve within our domain. We will go into more details on the thing because practically for every risk we have to give it a different thought process and we have to come up with the responses and all. That is not happening in the management plan. That is actually happening in the plan risk responses, and the analysis is
Okay.
happening in here, and identification is happening here, and implementation is happening here, and monitoring is happening there. You see, all of these things is happening throughout the life of the project. And also, I said, all of these things are, because it is a life cycle, this is continuous in nature. This revolves around. It doesn't
Yeah.
stop until the project stops. So you
Mm-hmm.
are in this in this cycle all the time throughout the project.
Yeah.
Because we are
Mhm,
emphasizing
mhm.
on risk management, I am not going to talk about other processes or other knowledge areas. But you see, the interesting part about risk is risk could be anywhere. Risk could be attached to the schedule, it could be attached to the cost, it could be attached to the quality, it could even be attached to the governance. So wherever the risk is, we have to look into it, right? So in a way,
Yeah.
the people dealing with risk management are dealing with the whole project, all aspects of the project, right? Because any risk could be there anywhere. And most interesting one, which we did talk about earlier also, and that is the compliance risk. For compliance,
Yeah.
that is also a risk, but compliance is a different area. That could be an organizational area, but you see, compliance's risks will also be considered while I am doing risk management at project level, or at program level, or at portfolio level, at every level. I have to look in every nook and corner. I will be like smelling out all possible risks, because
Yeah.
more risks you smell out or you identify, more sure you are about doing your risk management. Because um, some people say that if you have identified a risk, you have won half the battle, because there are going to be
Mm.
many risks which will never be identified until they happen.
Mhm,
And they will
mhm.
always give you a surprise. Now, when I identify a risk, I have not done anything to that risk. I have not done any analysis or anything. Only the process of identification has secured me, has at least exposed that risk to me. Now, whatever I want to do with it, I know it is not going to be a surprise for me that this risk can happen.
Mm.
Okay. So in a diagrammatical form, the same thing. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 processes in the specific order, and this is going on in a cyclic manner. After monitor risk, this anything can start anytime. But the big
Yeah.
parent
Mm.
within our domain is the risk management plan we developed earlier. Although we can revise the risk management plan whenever and wherever required. But remember, uh, when you are identifying the risk, you will look back at the risk management plan. You're doing any one of
Exactly.
the steps in this cycle. For your
Yeah.
guidance, you will always look back at the risk management plan, right?
Yeah.
But once
Mm.
the
Yeah.
cycles begins,
Mm.
you start identifying the risk, then it goes down a waterfall way. Like, then you have to qualify, then you have to quantify, and these are the steps you have to follow. Well,
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
can relate this discussion with the risk management mechanisms by various international bodies, by World, United Nations, and many other, disasters and other things. You see, they may have this life cycle defined in a slightly different way, right? They may not call it
Okay. Mm.
separately a qualitative analysis or a quantitative analysis. They may like to call it analysis, right?
Mhm.
Or they
Mm.
may not emphasize on implementation risk. They will be satisfied when the risk responses are created. May not discuss it any further, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I have studied many life cycles from various different standards and books and United Nations documentation. I found they normally talk about 3 to 4 items in a life cycle, in their risk management life cycle. But
Mhm.
so far,
Mhm.
whatever I have studied, I could find this life cycle of PMI, which was the most detailed and most comprehensive. It doesn't
Mhm.
leave out anything to chance. You can clearly say that none of the other standards, which are right now in vogue internationally, uh, they uh, they do not have they do not explain all this as PMI does. So this is the
mm,
most
mm.
comprehensive and most detailed life cycle for our risk management. Okay, it has a dedicated procedural and iterative workflow. I have decided already defined that. It is
Yeah, yeah.
this is a dedicated framework for PMI. This is procedural. This is iterative in
That's it.
nature.
That's it.
I have talked
Yeah,
about it
yeah, yeah.
because
Yes.
of the evolutionary nature of risk. We know that risk evolve, right?
Evolve, yeah.
The risk management life cycle ensures a repeatable workflow. That is why we are iterative, because there is
Yeah. Mm.
uncertainty in the overall behavior. So
Mm-hmm,
basically,
mm-hmm,
we are not going to leave anything to chance, right?
mm-hmm.
That supports strategic decision making.
Yeah.
So this was this. Let me just skip a lot many things here. Just look at it. If anything which seems important to you, we
Okay,
can
okay.
explore
Let me,
that.
yeah. Okay. Okay. Mhm. Mm. So it's document, yeah.
The last sentence very
Yeah,
clearly
the last
defines
sentence.
the whole story
Yeah,
finishes when that initiative finishes, right?
yeah,
Otherwise, the life cycle is going on and on and on forever until
yeah.
the project finishes. As soon as the project
Finishes. Yeah,
finishes, the whole life cycle dies down. There's no
yeah,
need to proceed any further. So this is very well
exactly.
understood that once a portfolio
Yeah,
program or a project is closed, the risk management process terminates and the appropriate lessons learned can be documented.
documented. Yeah,
Otherwise,
sure.
it is a continuous life cycle. It is an
Yeah,
iterative thing. It happens
yeah.
on and on and on and on. There is no end to it. Okay, now we have got three chapters on specifically the management of the portfolio risk management, management of the program risk management, and management of the project risk management. Although they are there, but we will be talking more about the project risk management. Although it is quite fair that you have an idea now what a program risk management would look like, what a portfolio risk management might look like, but our emphasis will be more on the project risk
Okay.
management, and more
Okay.
so,
Yeah,
the project risk management is the minutest and more detailed type. But
yeah,
naturally,
yeah,
you should understand if you are a program manager, what you should be looking for. Maybe you are not looking for that kind
yeah.
of risk which you are looking into a project. But there we are looking at
Mm-hmm.
the risks to the not to the product. In a program, we might be looking for risk to the benefits.
Benefit. Yeah, yeah.
And for in a portfolio, we would be looking for risks to the projects and programs which could, harm the organization, right?
Yeah.
And naturally, at strategic
Affect
level,
the values.
they,
Yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
they would be different. So we will have to see
Yeah, yeah,
that.
sure.
And we also
Mm-hmm.
understand what is the overall risk. At the project level, overall risk, all the risks put together. At the program level, all the project risk and program risk put together is a program risk. And naturally, this is how we formulate the overall risk of a portfolio and for the enterprise. No, everything is
Enterprise.
linked.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I suppose I did talk a lot about these things. They are kind of a repetition, but there are some terminologies used here which I would like to explain. The difference between known and the unknown. We talked about it,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
Last time. Yeah, sure.
We did
Yeah.
classify known, 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 unknown, unknown, known, and
Um,
unknown, unknown, right? So that was a
yeah,
very good
yeah,
classification. Known is
yeah.
something which can be understood. Unknown is we cannot perceive that.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yeah.
if I look at our risk is made up of two things. One is the probability and other is the impact, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me say you are certain about the probability of that risk, that this risk has a 70% probability of occurrence. But what damage it will cause, you are not really certain about. What do you say?
Okay. Yeah,
So
if
that
I'm certain on the probability, is that a positive or negative probability?
whether positive or negative,
This is
whether positive or
okay.
negative, but this
Okay.
is an example of a known unknown or
Known
unknown
unknown.
known,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Known unknown or unknown known, right?
Yeah.
But if both things I am very sure about how much probability and how much damage it can cause, it would be a known known.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
when
Sure.
I can't perceive either the probability or the impact, then it is an
The impact.
unknown unknown. I don't know. I can't
Yeah.
capture it. This risk is
Definite.
uncapturable.
Yeah.
So this is how we look at known and unknown causes within the outside and outside of the business environment. Okay, can you tell me what do you think about a trigger condition for a risk, whether positive or negative? What is a trigger condition?
I think that is a condition which changes the situation, or I mean the uncertainty, or just the situation anyway. And so that it will just bring maybe just like a
Okay.
positive, yeah,
Okay,
outcome,
for example,
or just negative could be.
you're doing
Yeah.
something on your project,
Yeah.
and your project will there is a risk that if it rains at a specific point in the time in your project, for example, when you
Yeah.
are kind of pouring the concrete on your project, if it
Yeah.
rains, it is going to, there is a risk that it will rain that day.
Yeah. That's a trigger condition. Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, it may or may not rain. If it rains, it will cause the problem. If it will not rain, then it is just a risk. It will pass.
Yeah. Hmm.
Now, what action will you take to watch out for that risk, whether this is going to occur or not? How can you decide that this, maybe you can assign this job to someone to look
Yeah.
after the conditions of the risk. If those conditions start uh, you know forming up, then please let me
Hmm.
know. Then please let me know, as if I can be careful and I can start taking actions. You got my point,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
So
So how do you know that rain is coming?
yeah. So that means maybe just I have to use historical data, maybe just
And
like review and
historical data cannot give you the trigger.
yeah, but that gives me the trend of actually the situation at that project
Okay,
location.
but that is
Yeah,
analytical. That is analytical in nature.
analytical. Yeah, analytical
No, you
nature.
may have to consult with the weather situation or the
Yeah.
weather forecast, right?
Hmm.
Weather
Yeah.
forecast could be a trigger that can give you,
Yeah.
okay, there is a high likelihood that this is going to be raining from this date to this date. So you would know,
Yeah.
oh, this is right across my schedule when I am pouring the concrete. So I must start taking actions now. You understand my point? So that will
Yeah. Yeah.
serve as a trigger condition.
Hmm. Hmm.
Now, let me give you another example. Say there is no such weather service, and we are doing the construction work. Everybody is busy and they are all committed. I call a person and I give him a duty to go up the mountain, the highest mountain in the area, and
Yeah.
sit up and keep looking for weather situation. If there are
Hmm.
black
Hmm.
clouds coming from any direction, he should call me,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So I have
Yeah.
physically created a situation where
Yeah.
I have developed this person as a trigger,
Yeah. Sure.
right? This person is my
Sure. Yeah.
trigger, and if he informs me that it has started raining at that area, so I will immediately start taking action. This would act as a trigger for my actions,
Okay.
right?
Okay. Okay. That's
But you
good point.
see,
Yeah. Yeah.
trigger is the condition if the clouds are black or if the it has started raining, say 50 kilometers away, so we could be triggered. But the question is, the person I sent out is a trigger. Weather service is a trigger, but there
Yeah.
has to be
Mm.
information passed from the trigger to you. That is called
Yeah.
a risk alarm,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah.
there is a yeah. Sorry. Let me rephrase it. That this person is a risk sensor. Our weather station
Yeah. Okay.
is a risk sensor,
Mm-hmm.
and when they inform
Mm-hmm.
you, that is a trigger.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I
Okay.
was saying something wrong. So they are the sensor, and they trigger the information to you, and as soon as you can rely on them, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And as soon as
So,
you receive the trigger, you initiate your actions, your risk responses.
okay. So it
And
is
this,
the
yes,
yeah. It is the sensor that actually implies the trigger.
yeah, actually, I have divided into two parts. One is a
Yeah.
sensor. Sensor is an
Yeah.
entity who smells it, who
Yeah.
smells the danger.
Exactly.
And
Mm-hmm.
when
Mm-hmm.
the danger is crossing a specific saturation limit, then it informs you.
Mm.
When it informs you, it is a trigger condition.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So
Yeah. It makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
this does apply to both positive and negative risks, opportunities and the
Yeah.
threats.
Sure.
And we already talked about what will become of a negative risk. It will become an issue when it occurs. And what
Yeah.
will
Sure.
become of a positive risk when it happens? What will happen is when
Is
a
it
positive risk occurs, an opportunity occurs, what will it become?
is it a concept or okay?
No, we talked about it in the previous class.
Yeah.
When
It
a
is.
negative risk occurs, it becomes an
It
issue.
is an issue. We have to act. Yeah.
We have to deal
And
with it.
if yeah,
If a positive risk
if an
occurs,
opportunity occurs, we have to exploit it. I mean,
no.
we have to
Exploitation,
optimize.
no, not at all. Those are the risk response strategies.
Yeah.
Those actions are to be taken before the risk has occurred,
Yeah. Okay.
right? Now,
You mean
you
it?
can't do anything. You
Mhm.
can't do anything. Something has happened and it has
Yeah.
caused either damage or benefit, right?
Yeah.
So, what is the result coming out of it? If it is damaging, it is an issue. If it is,
Issue. Yeah.
if it is, it is something good happened, then what? Are you worried about it?
Yeah.
If something good has
No,
happened, are you worried about?
not at
No,
all. Yeah.
you are not worried.
Yeah.
So you will
Yeah.
take the benefit. You will
The
enjoy
benefit.
the
Yeah.
benefit,
Okay.
right? So there is
Yeah.
no need
Sure. Sure.
to keep it
Mm.
as an issue. That is not an issue at all. That is a benefit
Yeah.
to relax and enjoy, right? So
Yeah.
there is no
That's why.
action on a positive risk occurrence. If positive
Mhm.
risk occurs, it results in a benefit. Maybe you can record it in the benefit register that this benefit has been achieved. Or if it is
Yeah.
a negative risk, then it becomes an issue. But remember, it has nothing to do with the responses. All the responses to the
Okay.
risk you have already taken. Now it has occurred and you can't do any more.
Okay.
Right? Now it has to
Yeah.
be, if it's a negative risk, it has to go into the issue log. It has to go into the
Okay.
issue log. And then the
Mhm.
treatment you give to that issue is not the risk response. Risk response story has finished. Risk life cycle has closed down for this
Okay.
risk at
Okay.
least.
Mhm.
This risk has happened. So its life cycle has closed.
Okay.
So it
It
now
happened.
becomes
Yeah.
an issue,
Okay.
and you will deal
Mm-hmm.
with the issue, right?
Okay.
You will resolve the
Yeah.
issue, you
Yeah.
will escalate the issue, whatever you do.
Yeah.
But that these are not the
Mm-hmm.
risk responses. These are issue responses.
Mm-hmm.
These are issue
Okay.
resolution steps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good enough. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good enough. Yeah.
Then what is the business context? Basically, all this story of risk management came out of the business. When you
Mm.
initiate a business, you see how risky is it? Is it going to give me some profit, or is it going to give me some loss? So basically,
Yeah.
the idea of risk was germinated by businesses, and they used to look only for the positive or negative impact of on the business. And that was, if
Mm-hmm.
it was a positive impact, then it was a gain or a profit. If it was a negative impact, it was considered a loss,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
when we talk about the project risk management, we have slightly more detailed thing. We just don't look at things in black and white, in profit and loss, but we look at it specifically, we surgically go into it and analyze how much impact this is going to have, how much probability is it going to have. And we are trying to influence the events, their probabilities,
Mm-hmm.
and their impact. We are trying to influence it, thus reducing the negative risk and increasing the positive risk.
Yeah.
So that is the dynamics of a project risk management, which is quite different from a business risk, which only has two
Yeah.
parts: profit or loss.
Mm.
Got it?
Mm. Mm.
Okay,
Yeah.
now let us discuss how does the risk impact us in a predictive environment. Well, we have already talked about the predictive environment. The risk management
Yeah.
happens in a predictive manner. The upper portion is about that. So we talked about the predictive environment. Let's talk about how do we deal with the risk in agile, in adaptive environment,
Yeah.
and
Okay. Mm.
uh, and a hybrid environment. In hybrid environment, you understand that that is something between a predictive and an adaptive environment. I suppose I
Yeah.
don't
Mm.
need to describe these different approaches to you. You do understand what I mean when I say predictive and when I say agile and when I say hybrid.
Yeah.
You have a clear
Understood. Yeah.
idea about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
What happens in an agile environment? In agile environment, we are basically dealing with more uncertainty because even the requirements of the project are not clear at all. Some of the requirements have been given to us, but if it was a predictive project, I would have collected all the requirements and then planned everything upfront. But here we can't do that. In an agile environment, this is the nature of agile, that requirements are never complete,
Yeah.
and they are always uncertain. They are not, they are growing. The customer
Yeah.
needs
Mm.
are growing. So we adopt this adaptive approach or agile approach, in which the as project uncertainty increases, the risk of rework increases. Naturally, if things change at a later stage on which we have already started working on, then probably we may end up with more rework, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that occurs,
Yeah.
if
Mm.
something bad occurs or something wrong happens or requirement changes, so it will result in rework. But you see,
Mm.
you try to get the best of both the worlds. You look at the level of satisfaction you are giving to the customer by allowing them to change anything they feel like at any point
Mm-hmm.
in the life of the project. This is a great flexibility. Customer is happy. The things are
Mm.
quite transparent to the customer. What is happening in the project, they will know it like back of their own hand, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And they will have a confidence that these people who are working on it, they are doing their best,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
Secondly,
Mm.
we are keeping them in picture about anything and everything which is happening in the project, and we are not hiding any information from them. This is completely transparent, right?
Mm.
And whatever we are actually working on is concrete, and this is producing results, and we are delivering those results continuously to the customer. So adaptive life cycles use smaller increments. We don't work in phases of 3 months or 6 months in there. In an agile approach, we select a very small bracket of work. We say, okay, for example, we will work for fixed duration of 2 weeks. We will show what we do, and at the end of these 2 weeks, we will produce some results which we will hand over to the customer, right? While the customer
Yeah.
is making up their mind and they are coming up with new requirement, we don't mind if you add new requirement. So at the end of this first iteration, we will then look into what is the current status of the requirement and pick up the most appropriate and most highly prioritized requirement by the customer. We will pick them up and we'll start doing them in the next iteration of 2 weeks. So in iterations of 2 weeks, we keep doing our work slowly and steadily, building it up to the complete project, and we are continuously delivering value at the end of every iteration while keeping the whole requirement exclusively and completely flexible for the customer. So the customer satisfaction is, you know, is completely, is added continuously, right? How do you
Oh,
deal with
yeah.
risk? How do you deal with risk in this kind of environment?
Yeah. I think with from your explanation here, the scope can be changed, you know, with time. So that means now, as we have said, there's a lot of uncertainties there because the
Yes,
scope, the requirement can be changed every time, and
right,
possibly we do have a fixed time or just cost, maybe just and the quality aspects. And so here, it's it's totally different than the predictive, which we usually practice, you know.
exactly.
So,
So
yeah.
what is the difference
And
here? What is the difference you see between the predictive and agile?
yeah,
The,
the predictive is actually we fix the scope already, okay, at the beginning. So
Mhm.
that means we know the objective and the scopes are clear from the beginning, and so
Exactly.
that we can do some variability on time, cost, maybe, and
Yes. A- and that is
we
very
do have
strictly
some
controlled.
variability.
And that variability is very
Yeah,
strictly controlled through a very proper change control mechanism, a change control board
yeah,
and all.
yeah,
Rather, we are kind of
yeah,
discouraging change in a predictive
yeah,
environment.
sure,
Here what I
yeah,
have said.
sure,
In agile, in adaptive, what I have said. I said change is
yeah,
free. No need for a change
yeah,
control board. No permissions required.
yeah,
We are open and transparent every time. Whatever the customer says, we oblige.
yeah,
We don't need to take permission from anyone. Customer is my boss. Customer is saying, do it like this. I say, okay, sir, I'll do it like that. So there is no need for change request in that. So this is the
sure.
flexibility, and this is the level of satisfaction I'm giving to the customer.
Mm-hmm.
There is no channel in between. You and us
Yeah,
are one on one. Because, and the interesting part is, why are we doing work for the customer? We are bound by a contract. Who signed the contract?
yeah,
Customer and us,
yeah,
right? So I have
yeah,
eliminated all other channels. I say, okay, if you need something else, let's decide right now to amend the contract accordingly.
yeah.
So the amendment to the contract is a continuous process also,
Exactly, exactly. Yeah,
right? So
yeah. I mean, yeah, mm,
this gives lot of confidence to the customer that these people are doing what we want and they are producing results as well,
yeah,
right?
sure.
So this
Yeah,
is the agile environment, and a hybrid environment would be where you see you are using some parts of predictive, a little bit of planning, and then maybe at the lower end, you are still doing agile. So this is a kind of a composite thing, like a mix of predictive and
Yeah,
agile.
good.
That would be called a hybrid. In both of these
Yeah,
environments,
sure.
there is a lot of feedback with the customer because we are interacting with the customer more, and there is continuous improvement going on, right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure.
So this is how risks, the whole gene of the risk has changed this way. How do we
Mm,
deal risk in an agile environment? If there is a big risk, we say we will treat this risk as a requirement. Whenever we
yeah.
discuss with the customer and we come up with a new risk, we say, okay, that we'll take it as a challenge, we'll take it as an assignment, and just like any other requirement, this is also a requirement. So let us put it into the backlog, and if it is that important, we will address it right now,
So,
rather than doing a comprehensive exercise of identifying all the risks and then doing this and doing that. The whole life cycle is actually broken down into very small parts. So you are doing it in every iteration you are undertaking. You are doing risk management of that work in there.
mm,
You got it?
yeah,
And moreover,
yeah, sure,
as
sure.
soon as a risk is identified, it is included in the backlog of the requirement, uh, like any other requirement. It is one of the requirement, right?
Mm, yeah,
One
sure.
more
Okay.
thing I would like to tell you about the agile or adaptive environment is uh, we we have a policy in agile that anything which is more uncertain or more risky, we should not pend it. We rather face it up front. We go bang with it.
Mm, okay.
We go bang with it. Why? Why? That is a policy
Yeah.
of fail fast. Fail fast. If we have to fail,
Mm,
fail it now rather than pending it till the end of the project. Because at the end of the project, when we try to face it and we can't solve it, then we will be having no time left, right? If we
okay.
bang with
Mm,
it right now and we are damaged, no problem. We will get up, we'll try again. Again fail, we'll
okay.
again get up and we try again until we succeed. So more
Mm,
riskier the situation, earlier it is handled in agile or adaptive environment due to
mm.
this policy of fail fast. Do you understand my point? This is kind of
Yeah, yeah, I got it. Yeah.
this is very different from the normal way of
Yeah,
working. This is
totally different. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. But
Yeah.
this
Okay.
this is unique. This is really fascinating. It does produce results. It is,
Yeah.
if at all you are dealing with an adaptive environment, you would be amazed what it can do. And many things which we otherwise think in our normal predictive projects to be impossible, that word impossible is no more impossible. That becomes possible.
Yeah. Just one point. Uh, you know, like in developing countries like Ethiopia, in our country, so
Hmm.
our actually major plant is the government, and so what we have is a fixed budget.
Right.
There is no flexibility of the client. So they do have fixed budget for a given project.
Hmm.
It's not flexible. So,
Right.
it's not actually as such also flexible to change the scope and to do this continuous improvement. Okay. And
Right.
so
Right.
maybe
But
the
that,
applicability in such
yes.
condition is maybe difficult. Yeah.
No, no, no. Let me tell you. This is
Yeah.
why, because you are living in a t- fixed mindset. Fixed mindset.
Yeah. Yeah.
You think that this is the only way of working. If you can change the mindset of your
Yeah.
customer as well as your bosses and your teams, you will start looking at things in a quite different manner. And I can assure you that it is going to, you are going to be able to complete your projects earlier, faster, and with more confidence if you go agile.
Hmm.
Although I'm not
Yeah,
saying that you do it immediately, but I'm trying to tell you that you have blocked out a complete dimension. You are not
yeah,
looking
yeah,
at
sure.
it, but that is very much possible. You can start experimenting with a little bit of agile, like
Hmm.
like adopting some of the practices of agile in your otherwise predictive project. Maybe it will, you will start forming a kind of a hybrid, but ultimately you will keep promoting yourself to a completely adaptive environment. That is when the whole of your organization has a completely new mindset, a growth mindset, a agile mindset, and then even construction projects where the scope is limited. Why is scope limited? Because of the customer, right?
Yeah,
If customer is
yeah.
on board, we have got such a relationship with a customer that they can change any requirements at any time, and we have mutually decided that contract doesn't mean anything. We will amend that
Hmm.
when and where and how we change anything, right? So you
Yeah,
see,
yeah,
that is the change in mindset which will actually let you explore the impossible.
yeah, sure. By the way, just for your information, we do have some projects which works with agility,
Hmm.
if especially when there is the client is do have some capability and is flexible on the budget and on the time and other things. So we do actually with agility, and so we do have some
Exactly.
projects, but
So
very few. The
I would
dominant
say,
one is like, yeah,
I would say you are doing a little bit of hybrid already,
yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly,
And ultimately, if you
exactly.
keep doing that and keep, changing the mindset of your people and your customer, probably
Yeah,
one
okay,
day you will be doing a hybrid which is maybe 80% agile and 20% predictive. And ultimately, one
yeah,
day, maybe you are 100% adaptive.
okay. Thank you, thank you. Okay,
Most
let's continue. Yeah.
Okay, this is again the same discussion about the risk appetite, which we have already done. We have talked about risk seeking, risk neutral, risk averse. You remember that.
Yeah, sure.
Then we talked about the risk threshold. How much risk can we take, right? What is
Yeah.
the acceptability of the risk? That is the range we define, that we cannot take
Yeah.
more than this risk on the positive side
Hmm.
and more than this side, this on the negative
Yeah.
side. So anything
Hmm.
beyond that is out of the threshold and therefore must be recognized as either an opportunity or a, you know, threat.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Yeah.
here you have to question yourself and your organization and your customer and everybody, that what is too high to be accepted, what
Mm.
what is big enough to be called a risk, right?
Mm.
And which are low enough to just be accepted. I mean, they're
Yeah.
minor risks. You say, okay, they are so minor that we damn care about them. We can handle them. We
Hmm.
can bear them.
Yeah.
There is no problem.
Yeah.
So let us decide that beforehand, before getting into the project. Let us decide what is my threshold. That will make my life much easier. And then
Yeah.
whatever will be out of the threshold will be recognized as a risk and will be documented in a risk register. Got
Sure.
it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And then we need to have some kind of management guidelines that is provided in the risk management plan, which is inherited from the organizational risk governance framework, right? And what we include in the management guideline, in the management plan, we include how are we going to do the qualitative analysis, how are we going to do the quantitative analysis, how are we going to set the maximum risk exposures and all. So all of these things are part of the risk management plan. This guideline is being provided there. So in the very first step,
Yeah.
when we developed the risk management plan, we had this thing ready. But you see, this whatever we are discussing on this slide, this is more appropriate for predictive and hybrid project. In Agile, I have already told you the mechanism is altogether different.
Okay. Yeah.
Define and refine your risk management approach. That is, the risk management plan you have created in the beginning, even in a predictive project, will go through a continuous overhaul. It
Mm-hmm.
has to be revised all the time because the situations may change. And it is all dependent on these things. Four characteristics of the project. That is, size of the project will usually, make the things more complex.
Yeah.
Complexity of the project. That is
Yeah.
how many components and how many
Components.
interactions.
Yeah.
Importance of the project can also make it more risky.
Yeah.
Development approach. What development approach? You are doing it in a hybrid manner, or you're doing it in a predictive manner, or you're doing it in an
Mm.
agile manner. Your complete approach to risk management will change. So your risk management plan will have to be revised throughout the project lifecycle.
Okay. Mm.
During a project, you may have to revise a lot many things in your risk management plan all the time. And as soon as there is a updation to the risk management plan, uh, it must be a policy that anyone doing exercising risk management would abide by the latest version of the risk management plan all the time.
Okay.
We don't want that somebody is following the old version of risk management plan and they still are doing things wrong. We don't want that. As the risk management plan is updated any time, we are going to, adopt that. We are going to follow the latest version of risk management plan because risk management plan has more probability of changing over time. It will
Okay.
be
Yeah.
it will be refining all the time.
Yeah.
I
Mm.
think I have shown you this diagram or not?
Well, we didn't basically.
Okay. So you
Mm.
see, if you look at this, you can decide when you want to decide how should you address this project. You can draw a diagram like this. You can try
Mm.
to see what is the technology are we going into. Are
Yeah.
we very certain about how do we do the things? Or
Mm-hmm.
there is more uncertainty in it.
Mm.
If there is a new technology, naturally it will be farther away from certainty. So closer to the
Yeah.
0 point, we have more certainty, and away from the 0 point, we are becoming far away from certainty. Things are hazy, things are risky. On the requirement side, if we are close to agreement to both parties are have agreed on a contract in the beginning and they are not going to change anything, then probably that is one situation. And the other extreme is that we do not have an agreement. We keep
Mm-hmm.
changing the requirements all the time. So what do we do? So as we move in a more uncertain environment and requirements are changing more, we move out of the green zone and enter into the brown zone,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
Now, as we enter into the brown zone, we are getting into complicated projects. It is a complication. It is kind of a little difficult situation. So until and unless you are dealing with simple projects where technology is certain and requirements are not likely to change, yes, I strongly agree with you. You go with predictive planning. But as the things start becoming complicated, that is the time when you may start considering going for adaptive environment, for adaptive methods of dealing with project. So that's why I said all the projects should not be done in a predictive manner. I still say if there is a simple environment where technology is close to certainty and requirements are close to agreement, definitely you can do predictive project management. But as the things start becoming more complicated, you should start thinking that should we not adopt some kind of a hybrid or something like that, a hybrid approach, which could somehow take on the benefit of a little bit of adaptive planning. But as the things go beyond that, we enter into the golden zone. That is the complex situation. You cannot live without adaptive planning at all. So even the hybrid will not help you. You have to be completely flexible, completely flexible.
Mm.
So in complex
Mm.
environment, we'll do that. But then there will be a limit where we are in a chaotic situation. There is nothing certain, and we do not reach any kind of agreement. This red zone is the zone which you should never enter. If at all your project is entering into this zone, this is a red light that you should close it down. It is leading you nowhere. This project is a useless project. It cannot accomplish its goals and it must be immediately closed down. So, if you get into the fundamentally risky, chaotic zone, that is where the project should not be done by any methodology.
Mm.
Got it? So that is
Yeah, got
basically
it.
the formula how you define uh, what approach should you apply. So having said all that, now do you agree with me that all the projects cannot be done in a predictive manner?
No, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah,
So what you told me about your project, you say that you have predictive planning most of the time, but sometimes you use a kind of a hybrid, right?
yeah,
So I would
yeah,
assume that you are either in simple environment or a little complicated environment. But as the complex complications start getting more complex, that will be the time when you would realize that we have to adopt pure adaptive approach.
yeah,
But
sure, sure.
be watchful about the thing that you should not be that courageous that you enter into the chaotic zone. You should be intelligent enough to notice that as you enter into the chaotic zone, there must be the closure of the project must be requested immediately. All the
Yeah,
stakeholders must come on board and they should mutually decide to close the project immediately because then we are in the on the destruction path.
sure, sure.
Right. So this we have talked about how much inherent the risk is and what approach is more suitable for that kind of system. About risk identification, when we are trying to identify, naturally in your risk management plan, you would discuss what tools you are going to be using, what techniques you would be using for the purposes of identification. But generally, these are some data gathering and analysis tools which you might use. I'm not saying that on every project you should use all of them. Maybe you may like to use some of these methods. Uh, for example, those shown in blue are maybe more appropriate in every circumstance, but all the methods may not be required to be used in every project. So, what do we have? First of all, uh, what is a prompt list? Have you ever used a prompt list? When you are trying to
Uh,
gather the risk identification, it says that you should create a prompt list before doing that. Why?
yeah, actually, we didn't use that one. Yeah,
Mhm.
environment external. This is it about the external environment, it says? Yeah, and
Yes,
so,
yes, of course, it could be
uh,
about the internal or external environment. It could be about the historical
mm,
information available from previous records. So you could refer to all those things and try to identify some areas which may have risks, right? So this
Yeah.
prompt list
Yeah.
will help you in identification of risk, and you would be looking in the right direction at the right time. So this
Mm.
should be done before you enter into data gathering, that you should have this grocery list kind of a thing in which you have noted down that we may have problems here, here, and here. And those things could be very useful when you are actually gathering data for your risks. Then there
Mm.
is something called risk breakdown structure. You are already aware about a work breakdown structure.
Yeah,
We have no
sure.
problem understanding that. There's a work is broken
Yeah.
down to the activity level and all. What is a
Yeah.
risk breakdown structure? This is a similar kind of breakdown, but it is not breakdown
Mhm.
of the work. This is breakdown of the risk
Of the risks.
classifications. You
Yeah.
break down the overall project risk into, say, there could be administrative risk, there could be technical risk, there could be, so you classify that there could be 10
Mm.
different types of risks, and then
Mm.
under each category you try to recognize further subcategories, and then under each subcategory you may like to identify individual risks. So in that way, you can dig deeper and gather more data about the risk rather than having a haphazard effort.
Mm.
Then
Yeah. Mm.
brainstorming. Why are we trying to use brainstorming for data gathering and analysis? What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think this session, brainstorming, it's just a platform to collect informations and thoughts, ideas from the stakeholders, and so from different participants, so that they can just suggest, just risks to be identified.
Very
I
good.
mean, it's just, yeah, it's a discussion, yeah, and a free discussion of, but with a facilitator, of course, yeah.
I would like to differentiate between just a discussion and a brainstorming
Yeah,
exercise,
yeah,
because a
mm,
discussion could be based on logic, right?
yeah,
I would not like to call that a brainstorming,
yeah,
because
it's not, yeah,
a
sure.
discussion which is logical in nature is following the already defined path. We have got 10 different options, and you're discussing one option, second option, and third option. Well, that is all logical. You are not thinking out of the box.
Yeah.
When you intentionally get into the mind frame of thinking out of the box, then you come up with creative ideas, not logical ideas.
Mm,
That is where the brainstorming is playing the role. Because you are dealing with uncertainty, everything is not logical. Got it?
mhm.
Yes, of course,
Yeah.
I do agree that we must identify as many risks as possible through our logical thinking, but there is a limit to that. And beyond that, you can't think, because there is no logic currently available in market which can explore the unexplorable. To explore the unexplorable, you have to start thinking like a poet, like a child, right?
Mm,
And you have to start coming up with uh, fairy tales, hypothetical things. For example,
mm,
in a brainstorming exercise, we don't challenge anyone. No matter how stupid an idea, we smile at it, we accept that idea. For example, I asked you, what are the risks? You told me, many people logically thought and they came up with lot many risks. But then I say, okay, what else can be there? Now you are exhausted
mm.
with your thinking and you say nothing else can be there. But that is not a true
Mhm.
statement. That is not a true
Yeah.
statement. Anything could
Mhm.
happen to you. So I ask you to think out of the box. And one person
Mhm.
gets up and he says that, okay, well, if you are asking me to think out of the box, there might be an alien invasion and our project will be affected by that. It is not logical. It is stupid. There is no
mm,
alien invasion happening, but we will not say no to it. We say, okay, good idea. Let us discuss that. Let us discuss that. So in the team, we
mm,
are now discussing the alien invasion,
mm.
right? Everyone in the
Yeah.
group, most of them think, sir, you see, alien invasion is not going to happen. This is hypothetical. This is a fairy tale. This is not going to
Mm,
happen. But the
mm,
closest to that is now his mind has started working beyond what they had discussed earlier. He says, okay, there will not be an alien invasion, but what if the neighboring country attacks us?
mm,
Right? And what will happen to this project? So this is a new dimension explored out of a stupid idea, out of a
mm,
creative idea. So that is what we
mm,
want. We want to explore the unexplorable, things which missed our mind, which could have been
yeah.
captured somehow. So brainstorming is
Mm,
really very important in risk management because we have to think the unthinkable,
mm.
right? So that is the
Yeah.
importance of brainstorming. And there are
Mm,
many
mm.
tools for brainstorming. We can discuss them when they come over. Nominal group technique. What is a nominal group technique? If naturally when you're collecting data from your team, they are, say, 10 people. But do you not
Yeah.
think that all the stakeholders have a say in identification of risks? Why should they not be involved? And when I
Mm,
create a list of my stakeholders, they come out to be 500 different people. How can I collect data from 500 different people? It is very
mm,
difficult.
mm.
So
Yeah.
this nominal group technique is a very fascinating way of doing that. We have done that many times with PMI. I had been to PMI events and they do all kinds of techniques there. And that is really fascinating. There was one event,
Mm,
PMI was doing some research on something, and they said, okay, this is the main topic we are researching. In the hall, there were about 500 people sitting. PMI
mm.
divided that topic into, say, 20 different subtopics to be discussed under that main heading. And there were big sheets of paper. It was a big hall. There were big sheets of blank sheets of paper on which each one of those titles were written and they were pasted on the walls of the hall. They said all the 500 people, you go around and read those charts, the topics of those charts, whichever topic you are most interested in, go and stand by that chart,
Mhm.
right? So
Yeah.
500 people were automatically divided into small groups,
Mhm.
right? Automatically. We
Mhm.
did not nominate them. They were based on their own interest. They
Mhm.
have distributed
Mhm.
into 20 different groups. So 500 divided by 20, what does it come out to be? About 25 people in each group,
It's
right?
25, yeah. Mm.
So that is manageable. That is manageable.
Mhm.
We
Mhm.
told them to, okay, you have got half an hour. You must discuss this topic and write down your major points on the sheet, the blank sheet of paper.
Mm.
You must write down your conclusions on that sheet. Nominate a leader amongst yourselves. We are not nominating anyone as a leader. Nominate a leader.
Mhm.
So a leader will automatically emerge out of each team and they
Mhm.
will start discussing for half an hour and they will come up with
Mhm.
a lot many points, right? So
Mhm.
maybe you gave about 15 minutes in the beginning to go around and select your group and half an hour
Yeah.
for the group to discuss that, and then
Yeah.
we call them back call them back, and each one of the leaders, 25 leaders, we give them 5 minutes each to summarize their findings. You
Mm.
got it?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
25 multiplied by 5, so say another 1.5 hour or 2 hours, right?
Mm. Yeah.
So in 2 hours everyone knows what has been discussed in the hall, and the summary of everything has gone to PMI and PMI publishes it as their research. That is a nominal group
Interesting.
technique. That is fascinating.
Okay. Mm,
Okay, now this is very useful for you when you are trying to,
mm,
explore more possibilities because more input is coming to you, better you are positioned to identify as many risks as possible. Naturally, I am not
mm,
recommending that in every situation, but if you have got a large number of stakeholders and you want to
mm,
communicate with all of them, and you should communicate with all of them, probably you may like to resort to this nominal group technique.
yeah.
SWOT analysis, I don't need to talk about because you know what is a SWOT analysis. You understand that?
Yeah.
Strengths,
Yeah. Sure.
weaknesses, opportunities, and threats.
Great.
Now,
Yeah.
as
Mm,
far as strengths and weaknesses are concerned, they are internal, right? Like, I want to ask you, what are your strengths? So you come here, I am a good author, I can write things much better and things like that. So that is a recognition. When you identify your strengths, that you recognize that these are my strengths, and then there is a possibility that you can build upon your strengths. Or if you identify your weaknesses, you have a possibility to eradicate those weaknesses from your character. But strengths and weaknesses are internal. You can do it all by
yeah.
yourself, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
as far as the opportunities and threats are concerned, these are the risks. And
Yeah.
opportunities and threats are likelihoods, and this is the recognition of the identification of the risk happening when you are doing opportunities and threats. So that's why
Mm,
SWOT analysis is a very good tool. Affinity diagram. Let me show you what does affinity diagram mean. Technique that allows
okay.
large number of ideas to be classified into groups for review and analysis, just as like the nominal group technique. Actually, nominal
Yeah.
group technique and affinity diagram work hand in hand, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When you
Yeah.
gather this team, then you ask them, okay, you have come up with 25 ideas. What are the the best five ideas out of it?
Mm-hmm.
So they do a voting process. That is happening in nominal group technique. They do
Okay.
a voting process, and which of the 5 points out of the 25 points we have come up with are the most important. These are the 5 points which are presented in front of everyone, and they are summarized ultimately into the findings of this whole study. So this is
Okay.
called affinity diagram.
Mm-hmm.
Risk breakdown I have explained. What is a Delphi technique? Heard about it?
Well, yeah, actually, it's just we have to select experts based on a number
Right?
of criteria and then collect information. Yeah.
Actually, the key for Delphi technique is that there should not be a group think. Do you understand
mm,
what does it
yeah.
mean? Group think is if you are the boss and you have got 20
Yeah.
people under you, whatever you say,
Yeah.
people say, yes, sir, you are right.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
they may have brilliant ideas, but they will never come out of it
Mm,
because those ideas will clash with their boss.
yeah.
They will start thinking like you.
Yeah.
In Delphi technique, we are against this group think and we want to avoid the group think. So we want more ideas coming from people. Whatever they think, that must be tabled, but that can only be done if we can somehow kill this group think. And how do we kill the group
Mm,
think? Is by keeping the opinion of the people anonymous.
mm.
We don't tell whose idea is this. We collect their
Okay.
ideas separately and then we put all the ideas on the wall and then we discuss which is the best idea. You got
Mm,
it?
mm.
That is called a
Yeah.
Delphi
Yeah.
technique. So Delphi technique
Yeah.
is applied in many ways. It could be applied in small groups. It could be applied with the experts. It could be done over a long period of time. Like we select a number of experts from the market, and we send them out. Okay, we are going to have a discussion on this thing. What are your ideas about it? So everyone may be coming up with 10 different ideas. So we collect all those ideas and compile them together without showing which idea came from whom. So I have a list of,
Okay.
say, 50 different ideas, and then I'll send this list of 50 ideas back to those people and tell them to find what are your 10 best options out of it,
Okay.
right? When those
Yeah.
10 best options are coming back, we compile another list. Maybe this time it is a list of 20 ideas. We say, okay, sending them
Mhm.
back, what are the best 10 ideas out of these, right?
Mhm.
And ultimately,
Yeah.
we can concentrate on the best of the best ideas, and there is no group thinking here, right?
Mm.
So there
Yeah.
are many types of Delphi techniques, but this is the oldest way when we used to do it on paper, letters, and maybe later on emails and things like that. But then we have got
Mm.
what do you call it? Modified Delphi technique, in which you don't have
Okay.
access to a lot many experts, and you want to do this Delphi thing within a fixed group, right? And you can
Yeah.
you're not you are just asking them to write your ideas on slips of paper, and short idea, not the whole big statement, just 2 3 words on one post-it note. They write one idea, on another post-it note they write another idea, so that way everyone can submit a couple of post-it notes, and those are posted on a wall, and people will then
Mm.
sort them out collectively, which idea is the best one and things like that. And ultimately, we will have the Delphi applied, a modified
Mm.
Delphi applied.
Mm.
We have assumptions analysis. Assumptions is again very interesting mechanism. In assumption analysis, what we do is that you see, I hope you understand the philosophy of an assumption. What is an assumption?
Yeah.
When do you take an assumption?
Uh, uh, I think you take assumptions where you are not certain about a thing, and so it could be just like positive or negative, but you
Yes,
you take an assumption so that a positive thing may happen, or just or just negative thing may happen in
may
future.
happen. But that is a risk.
Yeah,
That is a risk. Anything which may
yeah,
happen is in the future. Assumption is not in the
yeah,
future. Assumption is now. You are collecting data about
yeah.
something.
It's
For
yeah.
example,
Assumption is, yeah. You do it now, but
right?
you consider actually the future.
Okay. How do you do that? For example, let me give you an example um, where assumption is always taken where sufficient data is not available,
Yeah.
right?
Mm.
I don't know. For example, I am a civil engineer, and we have
Yeah.
been constructing buildings using bricks. Got
Hmm.
it? And I know
Yeah.
everything about bricks. I know how many bricks, what is the size of the brick, how many bricks can be
Hmm.
there. I can quickly
Hmm.
calculate all the number of bricks in a building or in a room,
Hmm. Hmm.
and that is all data is available with me. One
Hmm.
time, I was operating in a mountainous terrain, and I was
Hmm.
told to do a construction. Right? When I
Okay.
say I calculated my bricks, and when I went on site, and when I presented that result to my boss, he said, "But you see, there are no bricks in this area. They don't use bricks here in this
Okay.
region. They use stones." Now, this was a
Okay.
completely different thing. I had no data
Yeah.
about it. I did not
Yeah.
know how heavy a
Hmm.
stone is, how big a stone is, how many stones
Hmm.
can carry what. So I didn't have the data. So I tried to collect data from the locals, right?
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
they were not engineers. So their data was very faulty. It's not really a very good source of data. So I started making certain assumptions,
Okay.
right?
Hmm.
I said, okay, show me how does a stone look like which you put into the construction. They said, okay, this is generally the size of the stone. I said, okay, let us fix this size. So I'm taking an assumption that this size of stone could be okay with me, right? This is not
Okay.
tested,
Okay.
but I am taking an assumption. Then I am saying, okay,
Mm-hmm.
how much a stone carries? Naturally, every stone carries, maybe it's made up of different material, different
Mm-hmm.
minerals, and that make maybe different in weight. But I had to take a average weight, so I took out a a certain weight associated. I allocate that weight, but that was again an assumption. Then I
Mm.
assume that, okay, when the bricks are carried, a person can carry 8 bricks at a time, right?
8. Okay. Okay.
8 bricks at a time. That is a known fact. But how many stones can a person can carry? Because it has to be
Mm-hmm.
transported from place A to B. So
Yeah.
I thought, okay, if a person could carry 8 bricks, he can easily carry 2 stones. This is an
Mm.
assumption, right?
Yeah.
But my
Sure.
assumptions may go wrong. When I physically
Mm-hmm.
tried people to carry 2 stones and carry them to that place, stones were so heavy. They said, we can't do that. We can only carry 1 stone at a time.
Okay.
So my assumption was wrong.
Yeah.
Similarly,
Correct.
in another situation, we had to transport certain things from on a mountain, and that was normally the what is the animal you use in your country for transportation purposes?
Huh? Huh?
What is the
So,
animal that you use in your country for transportation of materials?
usually donkeys and sometimes
Donkeys,
horses.
horses,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So my whole of my experience was in anywhere in my country, wherever I went, we had donkeys available,
Yeah.
right? So I knew how much weight a donkey can carry and all that, and I had a lot of experience with that. I have done a many projects like
Okay.
that. So I said, okay, give me the donkeys. They said, there's no donkeys in this area.
Okay.
I said, okay, what do you have? They say, we have mules.
Mules. Okay.
Mule. I say, okay, now fine. Mule, can you show me the mule? I never had seen the mule by that time. I told them to show me. They took me there and I saw big animals, like just like horses, very strong
Yeah.
animals. I say, oh, very, very good. So this is stronger than a donkey, so it can carry more weight. So I
Yeah.
calculated not more weight, but at least the same weight which I used to burden the donkeys. I said,
Okay.
okay, one donkey can carry uh, 1 bag of cement on one side and 1 bag of cement on the other side. So a mule is a big animal, it can do that, no problem,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I calculated that. And when I told them to carry it, they said, no, this is not allowed. This is not allowed.
Okay.
A mule is not allowed to carry more than this much load. And that means
Okay.
a single bag of cement can be carried by a mule at one time. I said, okay,
Okay.
if that
Wow.
be the
Wow.
case, then how can I do that? If I put it on one side, I can't put it on the other side. They said, no, there is no way. I said, okay, we have to cut the cement bag in 2 parts. Half of it
Mm.
goes in the one side, half of it goes on the other side, and whole of my calculation had gone wrong,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
So your assumptions could prove right, could prove wrong, and naturally,
Yeah.
assumption. Why I gave you these examples, because assumptions are uh, candidates to become risks in future.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Sure.
Whenever your
Okay.
assumption goes wrong, it becomes a risk.
Mm-hmm.
You got it?
Yeah. Sure.
That's why I
Yeah.
explained this assumption. Assumption has a very close association with the risk because it has a high likelihood of becoming risk,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
So that's why I
Yeah.
defined this risk analysis.
Yeah. So excellent example, by the way. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Then we have got Monte Carlo simulation. This is not a data gathering technique, but you see, yes, of course, from the experience of your previous project, whatever has happened in risk management, this Monte Carlo analysis is a risk analysis tool. And through that, you could deduce that what kind of actions you should take, what kind of data gathering you should be doing. But I would mostly say that Monte Carlo is more of an analysis technique than a data gathering technique.
Yeah.
But naturally,
Sure.
the
Sure.
results of previous Monte Carlo simulations could help us
Okay. Okay.
identify more risks. So these are all the points which were here, but these are not all the points. You see, there could be other things. You could think about other data gathering and analysis techniques specific to your circumstance, but this is generically, these are the tools which we usually use for the purposes of risk identification.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, when we have discussed all that, I just can show you some pictorial representation of these things. This is how a risk breakdown structure may look like in your project. All the risks are categorized into certain classifications. You say, okay, in my project there is a likelihood that we would have some technical risks, some management risks, some commercial risks, and some external risks. And this is
Yeah.
not final. You could have your own classifications. So at the first
Mm-hmm.
level of risk breakdown structure, I have divided them into these four categories, and then each category was even further subdivided into further categories. Like, technical risk could relate to scope definition, could relate to requirement definition, could relate to estimations, and so on and so forth. So I have sub-classifications of technical, sub-classifications of management, sub-classifications of commercial, and external. So each classification has been further sub-classified. Now this is a good template for me. When we sit down for identification of risk, I will say, okay, gentlemen, first we are discussing the technical risks. And out of the technical risk, first of all, let us talk about the scope definition. Any risk comes to
Mm.
your mind regarding scope definition. So, as a result of that discussion, we may identify 10 different risks to the scope definition.
Yeah.
Then we
Yeah.
move on to the next category, and so on and so forth. And you can have a comprehensive list of all the possible risks. Got it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is
Got
one
it. Yeah.
approach, but there is a downside to that. Anything which has not been classified will not be
Mm-hmm.
identified,
Yeah.
right? You may not
Mm.
have, for example, you may not have identified that there are administrative risks in addition to management risks, and
Mm.
there are. We are not discussing them at all, and naturally we are not going to identify those risks.
Yeah.
Anyways, so this is your duty to create this kind of a risk breakdown structure before you could start risk identification process. Then you assess the risks. Now, you already know that we said that every risk has a probability of occurrence and it has certain impact. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
basically, what we are trying to do here, whatever risks we have identified, we are trying to allocate some semblance of a probability. How much is the probability of this risk occurring, and what is going to be the amount at stake? And
Yeah.
we are actually leading towards a probability impact matrix. So, what is a probability impact matrix? Although we'll talk about it later, but a probability impact matrix can be defined as a grid for mapping the probability of occurrence of each risk and its impact on the project objectives if that risk occurs, right? So basically, these two
Mm.
things are going to be multiplied, the probability and
Yeah.
amount, and say, and this will give us the
Mm.
overall impact,
Mm.
right? And
Yeah.
I will talk about these things. So this is just about the qualitative analysis. Qualitative analysis is just looking at broadly at the probability and impact. This is not looking at in a microscopic manner. This is a
Yeah. Mm.
approximation. What do you think is the
Mhm.
probability of this risk occurring, and what do you think is going to be the impact of this risk? So it is a generic kind of a thing, but because we will have many risks, maybe 500 or 800 risks, so it is not possible to quantify all those risks upfront. So what we are doing is we're creating a filtration process in which the first
Mhm.
go we will do an approximate kind of a thing where we can qualify certain risks, that these are the bigger risks than others. So let us concentrate on them, and then we will
Mhm.
take those selected risks to the quantitative analysis, that is part two, and we do the detailed assessment of those risks. So we don't want to do detailed assessment of every risk. Those
Yeah.
risks
Yeah.
which are small enough, we are going to drop them into a
Okay.
into a
Mm.
general category where we can keep a reserve for them, but we don't want to waste a lot of time and energy in calculating nitty-gritty details about them.
Mhm.
We'll explore more about these things. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
this is a kind. This is a impact and scale. This is a scale you could develop on your own for your project. Remember,
Mm.
a risk is a risk if it impacts your scope, your time, and your cost. Remember that. And
Mm.
to some
Mm.
extent, you can say your quality.
Yeah.
Collectively, these things together, scope, time, cost, and quality, they are going to determine the amount at stake.
Mhm.
Whereas probability is a separate thing. How much is the probability of occurrence of this risk? So let us classify the risks accordingly. From the probability point of view, that is your decision. This chart is not to be used by you
Yeah.
as it is shown here. But you see,
Yeah.
may say that anything more than 70% is a very high risk from the probability
Yeah.
point of view.
Mm.
Anything more than 51% is a high risk. Anything more than 31% is a medium risk. Anything more than 11% is a low risk. And anything low than 11% is a very low risk. And anything which doesn't carry any risk, so we will not even
Yeah.
consider that as a risk at all.
Mm. Mm.
So this is how we have divided the probability scales. From very high to very low, we have categorized into 5 categories. Let's call very low as 1, low as 2, medium as 3, high as 4, and very high as 5, right?
Okay.
So we are
Yeah. Mm.
just
Mm.
approximating how big this risk is from the probability point of view. Then from the point of view of its impact on the project, from the amount at stake, we will have to consider the scope, time, cost, and quality. Let us consider, because the scope and quality are descriptive statements, let them be part of the quality column. And let us first discuss the time. For example, you say that if there is a delay of more than 6 months on the project, well, that might not be true
Mm.
in your situation, but if it is a very big mega project, more than six
Yeah.
months of delay is a very high risk. More than 3 to 6 months, 3 to 6 month delay is a high risk. 1 to 3 months is a medium risk. 1 to 4 weeks is a low risk, and 1 week is a very low risk. Similarly, you
Mm.
could determine certain amounts respective to the cost. And
Yeah.
for quality, you can see if, for example, uh, very high risk, let me start from the bottom here. Very low risk is very minor impact on secondary functionality. We will consider it a
Mm.
very low risk.
Yeah.
When it is having a minor impact on overall functionality, this is bigger than that. So this is a low risk. Some impact on
Mm.
key functional areas, that is a medium risk. Significant impact on overall functionality, that is a high risk. And very significant impact on overall functionality, that is a very high risk. So this could not be
Mm.
put down in the form of digits, but we have qualitatively described these things.
Yeah.
Anyways, whatever the time cost quality columns say, we have to somehow consolidate that into a number. And that number could be, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very low
Mm.
to very high. But you see, we are
Mm.
not going to treat the time, cost, quality, and scope separately, but we will have a cumulative impact of all those things. And as the probability could be shown as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we could have the impact also shown as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The overall impact from the time, cost, and
Mm.
quality perspective will also be considered as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very low to very high. So far, so good.
Yeah, so good. Yeah.
Okay. Now look at this. This is called the probability and impact matrix. The scale we established, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is shown here. On both axes, one axis is for the probability and other axis is for the impact. You see? So what is the overall risk of if the probability is 1 and impact is also 1? So 1 multiplied by 1 will become 1.
One, that's one. Yeah.
Similarly, 5 multiplied by 5 will become 25.
In fact, yeah.
So you divide all of these columns and there is a digit written in each box,
Yeah.
which is actually the multiplication of probability with the impact. Now
Mm-hmm.
you decide your risk tolerance. What
Okay.
you really consider to be a risk, maybe you color it like that. You say the red and dark red area is risk for me. All other areas like the orange one, the yellow one, and the green one, that could be treated as small risks. You have
Mm-hmm.
to decide where you draw a line. And
Mm.
all the risk in those areas would be separated out. This is my qualitative analysis, right? All the risk in
Yeah.
red and dark red areas would be picked up for further analysis. And all those
Mm.
in the other areas would be consolidated into a bag. Now, let us apply 80-20 rule here. Pareto
Okay.
law. You understand that? Pareto law, heard about it?
Capitola?
Pareto law.
No, no.
Okay. That is also called
No.
80-20 rule.
80-20. Okay. 80-20. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. 80-20 rule
Yeah.
says 80% of problems are caused by 20% of reasons.
Person causes. Yeah. Yeah.
If you can resolve those 20% reasons, 80% of the problem will go away.
Mm.
And
Sure.
you are remaining with the 20% thing. So let us apply that here, that the things in the red and dark red area are only few, but they are
Mm-hmm.
heavier problems. Therefore,
Yeah.
their overall weight is 80%, but the number of the risks in the red and dark red area might only be 20%. But if we can address them, 80% of risk will be addressed.
Yeah. Sure.
And the remaining 80% of physical risks tend to amount to only 20% of the damage,
Yeah.
right? So therefore,
Yeah. Sure.
rather than discussing them and wasting time on them, I put them all into a basket. I tie them in a
Mm-hmm.
basket and I say, okay, I'm not going to waste my time on them, but I will
Mm.
keep a reserve for them.
Mm.
And that amount will be sufficient to cater if any one of those risks occur. But as far as
Mm.
these big risks are concerned, which has been segregated, I will take them to the quantitative risk analysis as if we can see the overall risk, the behavior of risk over time during the life of a project, and things like that. And Monte Carlo analysis will ultimately be created based on these selected risks, which are taken into quantitative risk analysis. So I would say Monte Carlo analysis is more of a quantitative risk analysis tool.
Yeah.
So you get a fair idea how this thing has happened. So if you can somehow
Pardon?
create this kind of a chart, a large chart, big chart on a big wall, or maybe on a floor, you can lay it out like a carpet, a big chart
Yeah.
with these
Yeah.
boxes there. And you tell people to identify risks, right? And then
Yeah.
write what probability does this risk carry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and what impact does it carry, and whichever box represents that, place that post-it note in that box.
Mm.
All the 500 and 800 risks you have identified will be distributed in this carpet,
Yeah.
right? And then you will pick up only those items which are on red area and dark red area. That is qualitative risk has been analysis has been done. So simple. It's so easy to
Mm.
do. Qualitative risk
Yeah.
analysis is done. You don't need to go any further detail about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're okay with it, I can move ahead. But I think I have been talking for quite some time. So if you want to have a
Yeah.
little break,
Please, please. Yeah, do so.
uh,
It's health
you,
break is important, you know?
yeah. Is 10
Yeah.
minutes okay with you?
Yeah. It's okay.
Okay, let's have a 10-minute break here.
10 minutes. Okay.
I will just start it. Here it goes.
Okay. Okay.
So see you after 10 minutes. Thank you.
See you then. Okay.
Take care.
Okay. That's good. Yeah.
Okay. I suppose after 40 minutes we are going to break off.
Actually, after we do have
After
like
after
two
1 hour,
hours.
1 hour and 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. 1 hour, 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
10,
Okay. Good enough.
20. Yeah. 12. Yeah.
Okay. I will try to complete this chapter if possible. Moving on to
Yeah.
the next slide. Once you have identified those risks, which I have just mentioned, through the qualitative risk analysis, all those risks which have been listed down in the red and the dark red area, you could put them down into a risk register. Risk register is a document. I don't know what you call it in your organization, but we call it risk register. You could
Yeah.
create
We
a
call it the same. Yeah. Mm,
okay,
mm.
good. You could give it a format like this, and it is a very good format in which you have the risk description. Maybe you can also have a column for assigning a number to the risk, and then we can have the impact of that risk. The impact description could be provided, which can be what will happen if the risk is not mitigated and eliminated. What will be the disaster? What will be the ultimate? That thing should be very clearly outlined. Then what is the
Mm.
impact of the risk from 1 to 5? What is the probability of that impact from 1 to 5? What is the risk score probability multiplied by impact? So that would be calculated here. Then what would be the trigger condition for this risk,
Mm.
right? And you can add more columns, like you could say what is the trigger condition for this risk, what is the sensor for this risk, who is the risk owner. Like these columns are not there, but I think they can be added in more columns, more things can be added to it. That is your tailoring. How do you want to see your risk register? Yeah, or
Mm.
for that matter, to whom this is being reported to, that can also be added. Who are the stakeholders who are impacted by this risk? That could also be added. And what is your response to this risk? That is when you develop a risk response plan for every risk. What is the response for this risk? What is the response for the next risk? And those things could be written in this column. And naturally, the risk owner who is actually responsible for this risk, the name of that person or that department could be written here.
Yeah.
Uh, what is the kind of risk register you are using? What all the columns are there? Can you think of it and tell me what all is there?
Yeah. We have actually the risk identification number.
Okay, good.
We have to identify the based on the numbers, the ID,
Right.
and then we have the risk description. Okay,
Hmm.
and we do have also whether this risk is opportunity or threat.
Yeah, of course.
We
Positive
have
or negative.
one
Yeah.
column, positive or negative,
Right.
and we have also the causes of the risk. We'll just
Very
put
good.
that in one column,
Very good.
the
Very good.
cause, and then the impact, and all those things are actually there. We don't
Hmm.
have actually the trigger condition that we need just to include. I think that's important.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, you brought up a very good point, and that is actually to address the risk description. Risk description
Yeah,
actually is a multiple is a column which should actually be distributed into three parts,
yeah, okay, okay.
and that is cause of the risk itself,
Hmm.
and
Yeah,
the effect of the risk, not the impact, but the
yeah.
effect of the risk. So these three
Hmm.
things will actually make up the whole risk description. I'll talk about
Yeah,
that later, but right now I just wanted to show you how a risk register may look like, right? So from
okay,
your case
okay.
study, this is how the risk register is presented to you, but this is not a static format. You could tailor it according to your need. There is no format which can be adopted directly. You have to
Yeah,
look at it
sure.
from your need basis, and you can design your own or you can adopt someone. In agile we don't call it a risk register. In agile projects we call it a risk list.
Okay,
The terminology used in adoptive project is risk list, and because it is not in agile, we keep things very short and simple. We don't provide a lot of data there, so it is
sure.
something to be put on the wall, right? All the information, all the reports are actually not being sent out to someone. They are put on the walls. Anyone who is
Okay,
interested can come and see. That is a completely
okay.
transparent system. So this is a short
Mm.
list in which we have the risks listed, maybe the numbers also, and their probability, their impact, and their magnitude. These are the things which matter a lot. But you can also, if you want, you can tailor and add other columns like who is the owner, what is the status of this risk, when it was identified, when it was resolved,
Mm.
how many days is this kept active, and any resolution strategy. So all that there could be something like a risk register. But you see, this is the shortest form of the risk list in agile projects. Then we come over to the quantitative risk analysis. That is when you start to see the overall impact of all the risks on the overall project, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So whether
Yeah,
positive risks or negative risks, you classify them in a manner that all the risks can appear on a single list, and you could somehow make a head and tail out of it. One of the diagrams is called a sensitivity analysis. And a sensitivity analysis could be done in many ways, but one of the diagrams of the sensitivity analysis is called a tornado diagram. This in front of you is a tornado diagram. On the left-hand
mm-hmm.
side, there are various risks, whether they are positive or negative, they are written here. Uh, you can see this center line from which every risk is either going on the right side or on the left side. Can you see that?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Actually, one side is for the positive risk and one side is for the negative risk, right? Right
Mm-hmm.
now, what I
Mm-hmm.
can see here is anything which is giving you benefit is point 0.1, point 0.2, point 0.3, point 0.4, point 0.5. And anything which is giving you negativity is minus 0.1, minus 0.2, and so on. The largest risk, whether it is positive or negative, would be plotted first. And
Okay.
I'm talking about the shortlisted risks, which have been the result of the qualitative analysis. The biggest risk
Yeah.
is on top, and incidentally, in this case, it is an opportunity, so it moves on towards the right direction, towards the right. And this is the biggest line, biggest bar. Second biggest risk is again an opportunity that goes under it. Third biggest risk is a threat that goes on the other side. Fourth
Yeah.
risk is a positive one, goes on the right side. And so all the positive and negatives are plotted like this. That means the bigger bars will be on top and the shortest bars will be on the bottom. Got it? So
Yeah. Got it. Yeah.
what does it make? Does it look like a tornado to you?
I don't know why they call it tornado, but it has just different direction. Tornado, we cannot identify the direction of that one.
Okay. Do you want me to
I don't
make
know.
to make a tornado out of it? Just look at it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'm not having a good control over my cursor, but you see,
It's okay. Yeah.
this is like a
Yeah. Okay.
tornado. Tornado is big at the top and small at the
Yeah.
bottom, right?
Wow. Wow. Wow.
That is why they call
Wow.
it a
That's why it's true. Okay.
yeah, that's why they
Easy.
call it a tornado diagram.
Okay. Mm.
Uh, Right. So this is a tornado diagram. Then we have got other simulations. So there are a lot of statistics involved in this. In quantitative analysis, we do Monte Carlo simulations. Well, I don't have a diagram for that, but that is specific to seeing that okay, this project can be done. For example, from the time point of view, this can be done in 180 days. But what is the worst case scenario and what is the best case scenario? So that plots all the best and worst case scenarios after simulating that project in different scenarios. For example, computer will take all the data and they will run a quantitative analysis on computer like if this activity takes this much time and this activity takes this much time, how much time the whole project will take, right? And that is one run. It runs the project hypothetically for, say, at least 500 times. It may be thousands
Mm.
of times, right? And the overall summary or average of that would tell you what is the likelihood of this project completing on time or not. I
Mm.
hope you get the idea.
Yeah. Yeah. I got the idea.
And same
But
thing
I
can be
think
done.
it's a bit complex. Yeah. Mm.
It is a bit complex, but you see, it can be done from the schedule basis or it can even be done on the cost basis. How much this
Yeah. Yeah.
project is going to
Mm.
cost? The budget value is this much, but what is the likelihood of this project extending more to more funding or maybe can be done in less funding, right? So this Monte Carlo
Yeah. Yeah.
analysis can be wonderful in giving you a fair idea and convincing your bosses by showing them certain charts and diagrams how this can be done earlier or done later.
Okay.
Anyways, these are various quantitative risk analysis tools. We have other simpler tools like decision trees. Decision trees, I don't know if we have got some examples here. We don't have that. But I will show you from somewhere else. Decision tree
Okay.
analysis is if you have to make a decision, if I do this, this will happen, and if I do that, this will happen. So you will analyze,
Yeah. Okay.
you will travel on each branch and take decision after decision and see which path of decision making is most feasible for us, which is most benefit for us.
Mhm.
and then we will adopt that
Mm.
path. So this is called a decision tree
Okay.
analysis. Then we have got
Mm.
influence diagrams, that is usually quality management graphical aid, shows elements of uncertainty caused by risks using ranges or probability distributions. Actually, influence
Yeah.
diagrams are used when decision trees are too complex. If your decision trees are kind of spread over many sheets, it's a big decision tree. So you probably
Mhm.
will like to adopt another method, and that is an alternate method, influence diagrams.
Mhm.
Expected
Mhm.
monetary value concept is also associated with the decision tree. I have shown you that there are many paths like branches. You could travel on this path or that path or that path. There are 20 different paths. Which path is the best one for us? So actually, what we
Okay.
do is we calculate the worth of each path, right?
Okay.
And
Mm.
the overall worth of each path is the expected monetary value of that path. Whichever shows the biggest expected monetary value, that is the selected path or most suitable path. Anyways, if at all I have those diagrams, ultimately I'll show you. But right now you have a fair idea how this
Yeah.
quantitative risk
Mm.
analysis can be done. Because we are just
Yeah.
talking
Mm.
from a basic perspective here. We are not going into the details. When we'll discuss project risk management, I will be showing you those diagrams and things like that.
Okay. Okay. We'll see. Okay.
Okay, after this discussion, we have something to discuss about uh, from the perspective of time, cost, and life cycle. You see, predictive projects are most often affected by the impact of cost-related impacts, whereas
Mm.
adaptive projects are affected by the impact of time-related risk. How do you comment on that?
Mm.
Is it true? It is false? And why is it so? What are your comments about it?
Well, I think predictive projects are most often affected by impact of cost and time-related issues. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's true. But the
Right?
second one, adaptive projects, they are affected by basically scope. I think
By
not
both?
time,
By both?
by scope,
Okay.
the scope of the project.
Scope of the project. Right. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. You are right. You are right. What is happening is actually let me. I don't know if I can really draw it very well on the screen. You have heard about the project objectives.
Yeah.
Let me draw. Say this is a triangle, right? Just a
Yeah.
moment. I think I am unable to do it right now. Okay. For example, this is a. I'm not. I don't know what is happening. It is not staying
Okay.
there.
I think you have to do it one by one, maybe. Yeah.
Hmm.
One line at a time. I think I don't.
Okay. So this, and
Okay.
today I'm not having my mouse with me. This is a very.
Okay. Wow. This is difficult if
I'm trying to
there's
do
no
without a mouse.
okay, on the
Anyways,
pad itself. Okay.
let us
So
say
this is a triangle, yeah.
let us say a project is impacted by scope and time. Moment. And time and Okay, let me
This is,
cost
yeah,
and scope. So generally, in a predictive project, scope remains constant. We don't want to change the requirements. But
yeah,
what varies is the time and cost,
yeah,
right? But in
yeah.
an agile project, this triangle is reversed. Like it is like
Okay, upside down.
upside down. It
Okay,
is,
okay,
I can't do it. Yeah, like this.
yeah.
What is the problem here? I don't know. Yeah, this
Yeah.
and
Mm.
okay.
Okay.
So scope is on top
Yeah.
and time and cost are
Okay.
frozen.
Yeah.
Not the scope is frozen, but the time and cost is frozen. Time
Mm.
is limited. You say we have only 2 weeks, whatever you want, we'll do in these 2 weeks, and then we'll move on to the next cycle, next iteration, right?
Mm.
That means a limited team of say 10 people, if they work for 2 weeks, they will approximately do the same amount of work. And the cost of that work is also static.
Mm-hmm.
So that means our iteration is time bound and the cost is also bound approximately.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
scope is allowed to vary, isn't it?
Yeah. Sure.
Scope is allowed to vary. Okay. So for predictive projects, uh, yes, you are right. Time and cost are varying. So there will be delays in the cost, there will be delays in the time, but we are very strict about bringing any change to the scope, right?
Yeah.
As far as the adaptive projects are concerned, our scope is flexible. Any requirement can be changed, but the time and
Yeah.
cost cannot be changed.
Yeah.
Time and cost cannot be changed.
Yeah.
But you can change the scope. That means the number of iterations will be added, right? So in a way,
Mm.
in a long run, we may end up taking more time. This is just one school of thought. So this is just
Mm.
representing that school of thought that adaptive projects are affected by the impact of time-related risks. But we don't really agree with the statement completely.
Mm. Mm.
So, do you think each of these typical risks is more typical of predictive or adaptive project? So, some typical risk is delivery date slippage. So that you points you to what direction? Does it look like a predictive project or an adaptive project?
Okay. Deliver date slips. This is, I think, predictive.
That is predictive. Okay. Stretched resources.
Well, when it comes to stretch resources, so it is related to costs. So I
To
think
Mhm.
everything is related to that. So uh, is that scope is fixed? Yeah.
Is
Is that,
predictive.
yeah,
Mhm.
predictive? Yeah, I think so.
Lack of clarity.
I think that's agile.
Okay. Scope creep.
I think that's also agile.
Okay. Yes, you are right in a way, but I would say scope creep is a negative characteristic, and it is usually present in predictive projects where the changes are brought without proper approval,
Okay.
right? So I would not like to
Mm-hmm.
call scope creep as a agile characteristic because in agile, scope changes are free. There is no creep
Okay.
actually happening.
Okay. Okay.
But
Okay.
yes, you are right. Lack of clarity will be there in agile because we don't have all the requirements agreed
Mm.
upfront.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on to the risk responses. Remember, whatever we are talking here, that is just to give you an idea. I'm missing out on a lot many details, which we will discuss later in further details.
Okay.
I'll show you the
Yeah.
decision
Yeah.
trees and everything. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Now we have started from the risk management plan, risk identification, qualitative risk analysis, quantitative risk analysis, and now we are
Yeah.
getting on to the risk responses. We have to create these responses, which will be then implemented and monitored later, right? So the most
Mm.
important part is to develop these risk responses. So the good practices when you are trying to develop the risk responses should be like appropriate for the significance of the risk. It should be befitting the kind of risk we are addressing. The response should be
Yeah.
appropriate. Then it should
Mm.
be cost effective. It should not cost as much as the risk itself was costing. If the risk was
Yeah.
supposed to give you a damage of $1 million, then this risk response will cost you a couple of $100, right?
Yeah.
And by doing that action, you would reduce the amount of risk enormously. So it must
Mm-hmm.
be cost effective. Then it must be realistic within the project context. It should be doable. It should not be hypothetical. The risk response should
Yeah.
have some action associated with it, should actually produce certain results within the project context. Should not be
Mm.
hypothetical. It should be agreed to by the relevant stakeholders. This is again very important. All the stakeholders
Mm.
must join hands in making a decision that this is the response we all agree to take. It should not be a decision of one person only. All the relevant stakeholders are, you can say, in case of a predictive project, it is the project board, right? Or whomsoever
Mm.
are
Yeah.
involved
Mm.
in that. So all relevant stakeholders must agree on that. And then the most important point is every risk should have been assigned an owner. The overall
Mm.
responsibility of every risk is held with some person. Some person should be nominated. And remember, this is not always the risk manager. Risk manager is not the owner of any risk. Risk
Yeah.
owner
Yeah.
is just facilitating. Actually, the people doing the project, they are
Yeah.
actually the owners of their respective risks.
Yes.
So the
Yeah.
risk ownership must be assigned to someone in case of every risk. So these are some of the good practices. And now, as you were discussing earlier, let's talk about these few terminologies. Risk trigger we already know about. uh, uh, Team is responsible for implementing the risk responses. We plan the risk responses, and it's the
Mm.
responsibility of the team to implement them when it is appropriate. Now, let's say what is the secondary risk, what is the residual risk. I suppose secondary risk you said earlier. Secondary risk is a
Yeah.
risk hidden behind a risk which is not visible
Mm.
in presence of the primary risk. But when the primary risk gets aside, when it happens or
Mm-hmm.
it is mitigated, then
Mm.
maybe you can start seeing things behind it, and there is a secondary risk hidden behind it, right?
Yeah. Mm.
Generally,
Yeah.
from the risk management point of view, it is said the secondary risk is usually smaller than the primary risk. That's why it is
Mm.
hiding behind the primary risk. But I
Mm.
have a
Mm.
different philosophy about that. Have you
Mm-hmm.
ever ever gone to for trekking on a mountain?
Uh, Not as such, actually. Maybe just once
Okay. When
I
you look
did.
at the mountain,
Yeah,
you see that there is a skyline, and the
exactly.
immediate
Yeah,
mountain in front of you looks like the highest mountain there.
yeah,
But when you climb that, there is yet another bigger mountain behind it.
yeah,
And once you climb that, then yet another bigger mountain behind it. So I would
yeah.
say it is not always true that the secondary risk is always going to be smaller than the
So,
primary risk. Sometimes the
exactly.
secondary risk can be even bigger than that. But
Okay.
I think the philosophy is why they say it is not bigger, because if it was big enough, it might have been otherwise visible, because we are looking
Sure.
at the scenario from
Mm,
multiple angles. So therefore, it should not remain hidden. So their
mm,
philosophy is that secondary risk is usually smaller than the primary risk, and therefore it is hiding behind the primary risk until and unless primary risk gets out of the way, secondary risk may not be visible.
mm.
And naturally, as soon as secondary risk becomes available and becomes visible, we could start doing all that analysis and identification and qualitative and quantitative. Ultimately, we should develop a risk response for that as well and implement that. What
Okay.
is the residual risk? What is your opinion about it? What is a residual risk?
I think that's as this described here is residual. It is remaining. Okay.
It's the remaining risk.
After attempting
After
the
having
primary risk.
taken your actions, taken your risk
uh,
responses,
exact. Yeah.
maybe this was a risk worth $5,000,
Yeah.
and I have taken certain action. Maybe I took actions of by spending $200, and I have reduced
Hmm.
this 5,000 risk to 1,000.
Yeah.
Right? Just by spending
Okay.
few hundred rupees, I have reduced the 5,000 risk to 1,000. So
Mm,
the remaining risk is still persisting. That is 1,000.
mm,
Maybe I have to take
yeah.
another action to reduce this 1,000. What is the limit you want
Mm,
to bring it down to? Maybe you want to bring it down to the level of less than $500. Anything
hmm
500 less than $500, you don't treat it as a risk. So maybe your risk tolerance is telling you that anything less than 500 is not a risk. So you want to further reduce it. So another response could be created to reduce it from 1000 to 500 or below.
mm, mm.
So, anyways, residual risk, I would call that it still qualifies to be a risk. It is more than the tolerance limit. If the tolerance limit was $500, so that means the 1,000 risk is still a residual risk. But as soon as I
Yeah.
reduce it below 500 level, it ceases to become a risk anymore.
Hmm.
Agreed? But I have a very
Yeah,
interesting
sure.
scenario, because I told you that risk management is a continuous process. Even the risk management rules and strategies change over time. You are
Yeah.
halfway through your project. Initially, your risk tolerance was plus minus $500, right? And
Hmm.
you planned accordingly. You identified the risks accordingly. But
Mm,
in the mid of the project, you have gone into a financial crunch, and you
hmm
have reduced the risk tolerance levels to $200 plus minus.
mm,
Now, those risks which were lying between $200 and $500, which were earlier not even considered risks, have now to be identified as risks,
yeah.
right? Now, what has happened?
Yeah.
There was a risk of $5,000 which I reduced to $1,000. It was still having a residual effect of $1,000. I again, took another risk response on it, another action on it, and I reduced it to the level of $400. Now, from the earlier
hmm
parameter, it is not a risk, but as soon as the
Yeah.
parameters change, it again becomes a residual risk, right?
Mm.
So now
Yeah, sure.
it is a residual risk. And what is my tolerance now? Plus minus 200. So that means I have to further reduce it by 200 as if it can be acceptable.
Yeah,
Got it? This is how the whole
yeah,
game
got it.
is played. Now,
Yeah, sure, sure.
one more thing which we need to talk about, that is the contingency reserve and contingency plan. What is the difference between the two? Contingency reserve and contingency plan.
Okay, contingency reserve is the amount, maybe just in money or just time,
Hmm.
so that that is allocated for a single activity,
Hmm.
then it is planned. I mean, that's an extra one.
Hmm.
Uh, and the plan, contingency plan is, well, it is actually a plan.
Hmm.
And if it is actually within the plan, then there is a reserve, I think. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, okay. Let me explain that. Uh,
Yeah,
Interestingly, contingency is a terminology used not only in risk management but also in issue management.
yeah.
Now, as far as it is still a risk, we will develop a contingency reserve and we will deal with those risks by whatever effort we are putting in to reduce the amount of a risk is from the contingency reserves. Got
Okay.
it?
Yeah.
Now, what are we doing is we had say uh, mm, 800 risks identified initially, out of which only say 120 risks have been selected out of the qualitative risk analysis. So everything else has gone into the basket, and we said,
Mm-hmm.
okay, whatever those 120 risks are, we are going to deal with them individually and we will allocate funds to them, reserves to them separately. But what,
Mm.
because they are 80% of the risk. For example, we have uh, 80,000 rupees dollars dedicated for those qualitative risks.
Mm-hmm.
Got it? So
Yeah.
I will also put in a extra contingency of 20% that will take care of the risks which we have not shortlisted, which were put into the basket,
Okay.
right? So they will be properly taken care of. They will not cause any problem to you. That is
Mm.
my contingency reserve. And so
Mm.
$100,000 is my contingency reserve, out of which 80,000 is for those big risks and 20,000 is for small risks. So this all money which is I am putting in as a reserve to be used in case that risk, to reduce that risk, that is the amount for contingency reserve or contingency allowance, you can call it.
Okay.
But
Okay.
when whatever the actions you have taken on a risk, if that action fails, if that doesn't produce that many results, and the risk occurs, what will happen?
It will
This
be an issue. Yeah, I
it will
think.
become an issue. Very good. It will
Yeah.
become an issue. Now, this money, which is a contingency or fallback plan, this is the money dedicated to deal with issue management, not with the risk
Okay.
management. This has nothing to do
Mm-hmm.
with the risk management. This is the money that is our fallback plan. If
Mm.
this strategy fails, we will adopt another strategy, and for that we need extra money. That extra money is lying in the contingency plan.
Okay.
So don't confuse
Okay.
this. Contingency plans are for issues, and contingency reserves are for risks, right?
Okay.
Though they are
Okay.
both called contingency, naturally this is the reserve money we have kept. So this is how it is. And on top of all these reserves, there is a management reserve also. Whatever is the budget
Mm.
of the project, in addition to the budget of the project, management reserves a certain percentage of amount with themselves. That is called the management reserve in case of anything going wrong. And you may have used up all your contingency reserves and fallback plan reserves and all that. You have consumed them all. Then you will request the management to help you, and they will allocate funds from the management reserve, which is on top of your budget.
Mm-hmm.
Got
Mm-hmm.
it?
Mm-hmm.
So here
Okay, yeah,
we have discussed all those points. We have discussed about the contingency plan, contingency reserve, secondary risk, residual risk, primary risk. We already know the risk we have already
yeah,
identified. They were the primary risk.
yeah.
And we also said there is a trigger condition and there is a sensor also, which I gave you a concept. There is an association of a trigger with a sensor. So you may
Yeah.
like to identify the sensors as well. And then there
Mm.
must be responsibility given to some risk owner. The action taken on any risk, the risk responses will be the responsibility of the team. Now, I would like to also introduce a concept. In addition to a risk owner, there is another concept of a risk action owner. Risk owner is the overall in charge of a risk, but risk action owner are the people from the team who are required to take certain actions when this risk is at a certain stage. Normally, action owners are more than one and they are part of the team. Whereas the risk owner is only one person, every risk has one owner. Got it? Every risk
Yeah,
has one
yeah,
owner, but every
yeah.
risk may have more than one action owner. Like there is a firefighting uh, going on, and you are responsible for conducting that firefighting. So you are the risk owner
Mm-hmm.
for that fire.
Yeah.
And all the team who have different roles, somebody is sprinkling water, somebody is throwing sand, somebody is doing some other responsibility, they all are the
Yeah.
risk action owners. You have to train them
Okay.
that in case of fire, this is the role you have to play. These are the members of the team, but they are risk action owners.
Okay.
Okay, we are done with this. Let us move on to the risk responses. These are the various risk responses. Again, I would say I have studied many risk management frameworks, and none of them does have these many risk response strategies. They don't talk about
Mm.
5 strategies for negative risk and 5 strategies for a positive risk. They normally just some of the methodologies I have seen, they just talk about mitigation, right? So mitigation is not the
Mm.
only strategy. This is a PMI has provided you a very comprehensive
Yeah.
strategies to deal
Mm.
with threats as well as opportunities. So there are 5
Mm.
dedicated strategies for threat and 5 dedicated strategies for opportunities. The first strategy is common if the threat or opportunity is big enough to be owned by the project manager alone. Project manager, this is something which is impacting the next higher level, maybe the program manager or the portfolio manager. Although you identified that risk in your project, but now you realize that this is beyond the call of your duty, and this is going to have a far reaching impact which could only be handled by the next higher level. So such a threat or an opportunity should be escalated to the next higher level, maybe to the program manager, maybe to the portfolio manager, or whomsoever is your boss, right? So,
Yeah.
although it will exist in your risk register, but the action written in front of it is escalated and accepted by
Yeah.
the other party. So that
Mhm.
is the only action you have to take on that. You don't have to create a risk response for that. So your risk response here is only escalation. Second, okay, let's talk about the negatives first. The very first thought which comes to your mind, if you have a risk, like, you have to travel from point A to point B, and you have news that that road is blocked.
Mhm.
What is the immediate strategy which comes to your mind?
I think it's to avoid that road and to search for another one.
Alternate route. You are searching for an
Alternate. Yeah.
alternate route.
Yeah.
So that is
Yeah.
the safest bet in any risk, that if you can somehow avoid it at a smaller cost, why don't you avoid it? So
Mm.
avoid is our first strategy of action. You can respond to the risk, you can change your route. Maybe it will cost you a little more, it will consume more gas, but still you will reach there maybe in time. But if you are stuck in the traffic on the same route, then probably
Yeah.
you would be delayed by so many times. Maybe that is going to give you a lot of loss due to the delay. So avoid is your very primary attempt. The first opportunity is, can I avoid this risk by any means? So
Mm.
avoid is your first strategy. If you can't avoid the risk, then what next? What can you do next? If there is no alternate route, you have to travel on the
Okay.
same route. You are traveling in a big car, and that car is stuck. What can you do?
So I think you have to schedule for another time, maybe
Schedule for?
another time.
That is not a strategy. You are stuck in the traffic right now. What you will do?
Okay.
You still have to
Mm.
reach. Keep that objective in mind. You have to reach to the meeting place in time.
Okay.
What can you do?
Is there any option other than actually vehicle, like
You are
airline or anything?
do the brainstorming. Think, maybe there is an alien who is going to pick you up and carry you there. Whatever. Think about it.
In that
But
case, I think maybe I have to, if I cannot just present personally, then I have to delegate someone.
very good. That is called transference, right? You
Yeah.
can hire a person on a bike. You can tell him that I'm leaving my car here. Can you help me? Can you carry me across the traffic and get me to my
Yeah.
destination? I'll pay you extra, right?
Yeah.
At a little cost, you are still able to deal with the risk. This is called risk transference, putting the risk on the shoulder of someone else and giving him a
Yeah.
premium or a kind of a thing. Transference can also be considered as a insurance. When you insure
Okay.
something with a bank, they provide you some protection. And
Mhm.
what do they ask for? They ask for a premium. They ask for a monthly or yearly subscription, and as a result of that, they whatever the damage you have, if it is a protection against fire, if there is fire in your factory, they will pay you back. So that is
Yeah.
transference. Another example
Mhm.
of transference could be there is a job in your project which you think I
Mhm.
can do, but it is very risky. I may fail. So you say, okay, why should I try it? Why should I not get it handled by experts who know how to do it? So you hire a contractor who is expert in doing that kind of job. He will charge you a little extra, but he will take on the load of that risk and he will do it. You have transferred the risk to that contractor.
Mhm.
So these are three
Mhm.
examples for transference. Fourth strategy, when you can't avoid it, you can't escalate it, you can't avoid it, and you can't transfer it, you have to deal with it yourself.
Mhm.
This is called mitigation. How do you deal with it? Then you go into the microscopic level. You say, okay, what is the probability of this risk? Okay, it is 10%. And what is the amount at stake? Say it is $10,000. So is it possible by any means I could reduce either one of them? Can I reduce the probability of this thing occurring, or can I reduce the amount at stake? Either one of them, because they are multiplied to each other
mm,
to form the overall impact. So, for example, if I can somehow reduce the probability of this risk from 10% to 1%, you see, uh, it was if it was the impact of $10,000, $10,000 by multiplied by 10% is $1,000, right?
yeah.
But if I can reduce it to 1%, the impact will come down to $100.
Mm-hmm.
So this is called mitigation. So either
Mitigation,
address
yeah.
the probability or address the amount at stake, and the maximum you can do it, you can address both. If you can address both, maybe you can bring the overall impact of this risk to maybe $10 only.
Yeah.
For example, you say, okay, by doing certain measures, I can reduce the damage from 10,000 to 1,000.
Yeah.
So you have reduced the amount from 10,000 to 1,000, and you have reduced the probability from 10% to 1%. Both of these things have been done. Your total risk has reduced to $10, which is
Mm,
within your range, within your tolerance.
mm-hmm.
You say, okay, $10 is
Yeah.
no problem. I can give $10 for
Mm,
charity. There is no problem at all. So you have
mm,
mitigated the risk. Okay,
okay.
uh,
Mm,
let's take an example of mitigation. If there is a likelihood of uh, your project, the construction building you're constructing, if there is a likelihood of that building catching fire, that is a risk.
mm,
And what
yeah.
is the, say, probability is 10% and the damage is 10,000%. Sorry, $10,000.
Okay.
What are the means you think by which you can reduce the probability?
Okay. It is a fire. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a fire. How
So
can you reduce
I
the
think,
probability?
yeah, I think for the mitigation, we have to have a protection mechanism. I mean,
Mm-hmm,
either we have to install some instruments, maybe.
mm-hmm.
Uh, so it's like a flood, you know. If there is a flood coming, then you have to have a flood warning.
Exactly, exactly.
And so I think the same thing
But
applies here.
that warning is like a trigger.
A trigger, yeah.
That is a trigger. That is not a solution.
Yeah. And if based on that trigger, actually, we can just reduce the probability. Maybe, okay, if it's actually happening, then we have to avoid or just reduce those things that actually are the causes for the fire.
Causes further. Very good, very good. So if you
Yeah,
identify the causes of the fire and try to address the biggest cause, maybe
yeah,
it can reduce your probability from 10% to 1%. And the
yeah,
interesting
sure.
part is normally the biggest reason for buildings catching fire is smoking in the buildings,
Yeah.
right? If you can, disallow smoking, you can straight away remove the probability, reduce the probability by lot many points.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So these
Yeah.
measures could be reducing the probability. Can you tell me a measure by which we can reduce the amount at stake, the damage which is going to be caused to the building? How can you reduce that damage?
Okay. If the probability actually kept the same, like 10%,
Hmm.
And I think we have to
Don't
have
don't
a special protection
don't talk about the
for
percentage
those.
here. We are not talking about the
Hmm?
percentage. We are talking about the
Okay, yeah,
damage.
yeah.
That there
We
is
have
a
actually the
likelihood
probability, yeah,
that if this occurs, then there will be a damage of $10,000, right? I
yeah.
am asking you to reduce the damage, not the probability. Not
Okay, yeah, yeah. I understood that. So if in that case, if I mean the probability kept the same, and so now coming to the damage, to the impact,
Mhm.
then we have to find actually a means to protect high valued, I mean,
Exactly, exactly.
resources.
Very good,
Yeah,
very good. So you know this is sensitive equipment lying in this room, and if you
yeah,
can, and this will be burnt if the fire is there, so you can
yeah,
move it to a more safer place. That means
yeah,
the damage is not going to be $10,000. It is going to be maybe $1,000 or maybe $100
yeah.
because there is
Okay,
not very expensive equipment lying in that building anymore.
okay,
So this
okay,
is
yeah, yeah,
the other way of mitigating. So this is how you can
yeah,
mitigate. So mitigate is a very powerful tool. You can really
yeah.
play around with it. You can do the, reduction of the probability as well as reduction of the amount at stake, and collectively you could have enormous, benefit out of it. You
Mm,
can completely eradicate a risk like that. And
yeah.
if you can't do anything, you can't escalate a risk, can't avoid a risk, can't transfer a risk, can't mitigate a risk, and you have no other way. But you know what this risk is. You have analyzed it. You have done everything to somehow deal with it. But now, because you couldn't do anything, there is no way open. Then whatever comes your way, you have to accept it, right?
Mm,
So just be prepared that, okay, this is going to be the damage, and I should be ready to brace it when it occurs,
okay,
right?
okay,
This is acceptance.
okay.
You remember when we have put certain risks within the tolerance, we have already, when we said that anything which is smaller than this amount is
Yeah,
not
yeah.
to be treated as a risk, that means you have already accepted those risks, that
Accept.
whatever damage they will
Okay.
cause, we have no problem, paying for that,
Okay. Yeah.
right? So similarly,
Yeah. Yeah.
now you can't do anything about a certain risk. You tried it out, all the four other techniques you have used, but you couldn't do it, so you will accept it
Mm,
at face value.
mm,
Similarly, opportunity is the positive risk. So if that opportunity is big enough, you will escalate, right? You can't deal with it by yourself. So that is escalation. Now, uh, the reverse of avoidance is called exploitation. In a case of an opportunity, if there is something good, you don't want to avoid it. You don't want to avoid it,
mm,
but you want to rather exploit it. For example, you see that there is a gas station which is selling gas on half the rate for today only, but that is not on your route to the office. What are you going to do?
mm.
How will you exploit it?
So the gas station is not on my route.
Is not on your route, it is on an alternate route, but
Oh
you
yeah.
want to exploit that. This is an opportunity.
Yeah.
So you will change your
So,
route, you will take
but
a larger, you will travel a little more, spend a little more fuel,
okay.
but you will buy that fuel at half the cost. That is called
Yeah.
exploitation.
That's yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Then, reverse of transference from the positive point of view is share. In transference, you
Mm,
are putting the load of your risk on someone else's shoulder. Here,
mm,
you are getting an opportunity and you say, okay, I am being blessed by this opportunity. Why don't other project managers can benefit from it as well? So you share it.
yeah.
And I'll give you an example for that. For example, you are constructing a building and you need a window to install. You just need one window, and that one window, when you go to buy it, they say that this is going to cost you $5,000.
Mm.
But there is a deal available. If you buy 3 windows, they will give that package for just $10,000. You
Okay.
can't you can't take advantage of that until you go back to other project managers and ask them, do you need a window? I am buying a package and we can share the benefit out of it, right? So we will
Mm.
spend $10,000 and we will have 3 windows, and that will cost us all cheaper. So
Mm.
that's how you share your opportunity with others.
Mm.
Reverse of mitigation is enhanced, where in negative risk, we were trying to reduce the probability and the impact of the negative risk. Here, we are
Yeah.
going to enhance or maximize the probability and the impact of that, right? So,
Yeah.
if you take measures to enhance the probability and that thing, that is called that is the enhancement strategy. That is exactly the reverse of mitigation, where the
Mm. Mm.
mitigation minimizes, enhance, maximizes.
Yeah. For maximum. Yeah.
And if you can't do any of these, escalation, exploit, share, and are enhanced, then probably whatever is coming your way, you accept that on the face value. You can't really do anything about it. But you see, when you accept a threat or an opportunity, you are well aware about it. You are better than a person who's risk averse. A risk averse person does not want to know about the risk. If you are
Mm.
accepting a risk, you are taking a calculated risk as
Mm.
compared to another person who did not know anything about risk management and he didn't want to recognize the risk. And when the risk hit him, he was hit hard. You are not hit hard because you have done all the calculations, you have braced yourself, you have protected yourself in a way that it should not damage you that much. You understand that point? So
Yeah. Yeah.
acceptance,
Sure.
risk acceptance is good. Risk acceptance is not risk being a risk averse person. It is much better than a risk
Okay.
averse person.
Mm. Mm.
Okay, so these are the various strategies, and then we have got certain questions about the things we have discussed so far. So you can try to answer this question.
Okay. Which of the following good example of mitigation?
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Good
First
example
time
of
overcome.
mitigating the probability.
Building. Okay. Mitigating a probability. By the way, you gave the example on fire,
Yep.
newly constructed building.
Yep.
So install smoke detectors, install fireproof components, maybe costly. Hire another company to do the part of the work that could result in fire. Wow. Keep the phone number of the fire department handy. No, that's once, okay, D cannot be, and B also not. I think it's install smoke detectors. Yeah, the first one.
Okay. And
I think that's what you mentioned also. Yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah, that is right. But what about the C? What strategy does the C show?
Yeah. This is actually is like a transfer.
Transfer. Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
And what about the second option? That
The
is
second
about,
one.
yeah, install
Huh? Huh?
fireproof components.
Yeah. I think that's is part of uh, um, it's not escalating. Okay.
That is
Mhm.
reducing the impact, not the
Yeah.
probability. Not the probability, but the
Yeah.
impact.
Yeah. This impact actually. Yeah. Not the probability. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. Got it.
Another question, what is the difference between avoiding and mitigating it?
Avoiding and treating. Okay. From the previous discussion, avoid means to reduce the impact or probability. No, it's not reducing actually.
Mhm.
Uh, it's okay, it's just like removing, okay, possibly. And so mitigating means changing the plan? No, to remove the risk. That's it seems a probability. I mean, the reverse. Avoid means to outsource the work. Outsource? No, that's transfer. Remove the risk. Mitigating means reduce the impact or probability. Okay, okay, that can work. But C, avoid means to change the management plan to remove the risk, and mitigate means to reduce. Okay, this makes sense. Avoid means to change the management plan. Okay, to reduce the risk. Mitigate means to accept, not it's not to accept. So I think that's C.
Very good. So C was the correct answer.
Yeah.
Okay, let me look at what else we have. I'll just skip through the slides and see. Okay, these are the same thing, but we will talk about them after the break in a little bit more detail. We have already talked about
Okay.
all of this planning, plan risk management, risk identification, and thing. We have talked about the basic thing, but now let's talk a
Yeah.
little bit more in detail. So we can have a
Okay.
break right now, and we can meet after say half an hour or about 35 minutes from now.
Well, basically, I do have a meeting, as I have told you.
Okay, when you will be back?
Yeah, that will be at 2 p.m. So I have to have a lunchtime break, and then, yeah.
Okay, how much break do you want right now? You know,
Well, it's actually for me 15 minutes, maybe, not more than.
50, let's make it an hour. Let's make it an hour.
Huh?
Let's make it an hour, one complete hour. We'll have a break and then I'll start the session again. Will that be
Okay, so
okay
that
with you?
means that will be at 12, 13 a.m., okay? 30 a.m.
12:30, yeah.
Yeah, half past 12.
Yes.
But after that, I will not have a such time, okay? Anyway.
But if you need more
Yeah,
time for meeting or something, do let me know. But is it 1 hour okay with you?
yeah. If, uh, so let me just, can we make it 1.5? I mean, that will be at 7.
Okay.
It is actually at 1 p.m. My meeting begins at 2 p.m., okay?
Okay, T, right?
So 2 p.m. means if we have now, okay, maybe just we can do that one, okay? Let's make it for 1 hour.
1 hour, right? And if
And
at all
then we will,
you think that this is not sufficient time, do let me know. We can increase the time, right?
okay,
Just
then after that, yeah, we will have one and a
send in
half
a
hour.
message on chat or WhatsApp. I would know that.
Okay, okay, I will do.
So
Okay, okay.
for now, I'm breaking off for 1 hour, right?
1 hour,
And
okay, let's do
otherwise,
it. Okay,
you tell me, then I can increase the time.
okay, thank you.
Thank you very much and take care. See you again.
Okay, see you again. Bye. No, my meeting is later at 2 p.m.
Okay.
That's why I insisted actually just to meet. Anyway, we have time for 1.5 hour. So
Okay. So 1.5 hour. Okay. We'll complete this
then
and
after 1 hour, I will just join meet once again. My meeting
okay.
is only just for 1 hour.
1 hour. Okay. It's yet not started.
It's not started. It will be starting at 2 p.m.
Okay. Okay. Right. So
So please,
we can have our remaining course.
yeah, we do have 1.5 hour.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then after 1 hour break, then we'll meet at 3 p.m.
Okay.
later. Okay.
Okay. What I am doing, Kesa, is I am also referring to another book, which is the practice standard for project risk management, which I have shown you earlier. So there are
Yeah.
more details about these things there. So I am referring to that, and naturally we have studied all this, but I would like to show you certain slides. I can which can explain things further. And if there is anything you need to learn more about, then we can talk about it. Did talk
Okay,
about
okay, okay.
we did talk about risk identification, qualification, quantification, risk responses, but we did not elaborate much on the risk management plan. So I intend doing this now. Now, all the processes of risk are, I'm referring from the practice standard from risk management that is much more in detail. So, as far as
Okay.
the risk management plan is concerned, um, naturally, if you really want to do good risk management, you have to first develop a proper risk management plan. This plan describes how the risk management processes are to be carried out and how they fit it with other processes. So basically, this just provides you a context. How are you going to do all the subsequent processes like how to identify the risk, how to qualify the risk, how to quantify, and all that. So this provides you a guideline, and this directly inherits its content directly from the governance framework, the risk governance framework. On a broader level, risk management plan describes the relationship amongst the risk management processes, which we have studied in the life cycle. All these processes, how, what is created where, and what is given to whom, and all that, and general portfolio program and project management, and the management process in the rest of the organization. So this basically links upwards to the program management, risk management, and upwards to the portfolio management, risk management, and upwards to the enterprise level risk management or the organizational risk management. So this is a connection between all of those. So risk management plan actually provides you a ground for establishing a reference to context. Initial risk management planning is carried out early in the overall planning of the work, and the corresponding activities are integrated into the overall management plan. So you see, we did talk about a project management plan, which actually composes of all other knowledge areas like the scope management and the schedule management, cost management.
Yeah.
So all those management
Mm.
plans, including the risk management plan, they all get integrated into a project management plan. So whatever you are doing in the risk management planning, creating a risk management plan, that also forms part of that overall project management plan. So risk management plan may need to be adopted as the needs of the work and stakeholders become clearer or change. As I have explained to you, risk management plan, although we have created in the beginning, but still because of the changing environment, we may need to change its rules, its principles, its guidelines. So yes, of course, this is one of the management plans which is most frequently altered throughout the life of a project.
Mm.
The feasibility of a risk management planning is dependent upon the features of the organization in which it is carried out. That's why we said we have to establish a link with our portfolio and program and portfolio and the enterprise. So whatever is being inherited to us through the whole mechanism, that is actually going to establish how feasible our risk management planning at the project level would look like. So this is kind of
Mm.
dependent on the hierarchy which has been given to us. The rules and guidelines defined in the risk management plan, naturally, I told you that is a book of rules, is a guideline provided for all the
Mm.
subsequent working. So, defined in the risk management plan reflects the culture of the organization. That was the upward link with the organization, its capabilities regarding people and their facilities, and its values, goals, and objectives. So, in a way, we are trying to establish a business acumen, how we link upwards and downwards. So, complete linkage is established as far as the risk management is concerned. Naturally, we are actually linking with the risk governance framework of the organization in a way. Risk management plan identifies and describes the relevant organizational procedures and any other enterprise environmental factors that apply, such as strategic risk management, enterprise risk management, or the corporate level governance processes. This is all hooked into our risk management plan. They are depicted in our risk management plan, right? So don't try
Yeah.
to develop a risk management plan on its own. You have to establish linkage upwards as if it is a seamless connection between your risk management plan and the risk management plan at the program level and the portfolio level and the enterprise level. So all must be seamlessly linked together. So with all this discussion, we understand the objectives of planned risk management process are: number one, it is to develop the overall risk management strategy, not identify the risk. Risk identification is a subsequent process, but basically
Yeah.
we are establishing a strategy. How are we going to deal with all kinds of risk in this project? Overall risk management strategy. Decide how the risk management processes will be executed, what those processes would be, and how they would be executed, and then integrating the whole risk management with all other activities. Like, those risk management activities might have to be portrayed in your schedule or in your cost. Naturally, all other plans must also interface with your risk management plan. Maybe you have kept some funding for risk management, some contingencies you have decided, but you did not tell it to the cost people, and ultimately they did not keep that contingency for you. So we don't want to do that. We want to avoid that confusion. Therefore,
Yeah.
we are completely interfaced and interconnected with all other plans within our project management. The risk management plan defines both the normal frequency of repeating the processes in addition to specific or exceptional conditions under which the corresponding actions are initiated. Now, you see, there is a normal frequency of doing things. Like, for example, I say, okay, you identify the risks in the beginning, but after every month, you should do an exercise of identifying if there are any new risks. So, yes, of course, this is something which has been scheduled that every month we will be doing the risk identification and all other relevant processes. But at the same time, if there is an exceptional situation where something has happened in the organization which might have given rise to certain risks, so that is an exceptional and specific situation where you may not rely only on a normal frequency, but you should immediately launch yourself into risk identification process. So it's not only the normal frequency, although normal frequency is defined, but other specific and exceptional conditions will also initiate your actions. Corresponding risk management activities are integrated into the portfolio program and project management plan as we described earlier. So it is all hooked together. A lot many things are
Yeah.
repetition, but I think this is always good to have the emphasis on certain points that sticks to your mind that, okay, I read it before and it's coming again, and that means that must be really very important. About risk appetite, there are a couple of slides here. I would not like to go into the detail of that because we have discussed the risk appetite in quite a bit of detail. But if at all you want to scan through it, or otherwise these slides are available with you, you can always read them
Yeah.
otherwise. But if you quickly want to scan through it, please tell me if something needs to be discussed.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just go through. Yeah.
Mm-hmm,
The level of risk, the risk appetite of the stakeholders, maybe influenced by factors to social programs, collective importance of. Well, I think the points are clear.
mm-hmm,
The third one, these factors include stakeholders' ability to tolerate uncertainty.
mm-hmm.
And so, what if stakeholders may not be in line? I mean, with the same understanding
Yes.
on the uncertainty. And yeah,
Exactly, exactly. So you have to bring them all on the same page. And
yeah,
it is not only your perception as a project manager what the
yeah,
appetite should be, but mind it, this is the perception of the stakeholders, and you have to capture their perception.
Yeah.
right? And that would
Okay.
become the appetite. It is not only you deciding what is the risk appetite, all the stakeholders must be involved. And this
Yeah.
is
Sure.
how much can they bear? How much then they can they bear collectively, right? So
Yeah.
that will establish the importance of your specific objectives.
Okay. Clear. Okay.
The output of this analysis is then considered when applying the risk management processes. Guidelines
Okay.
and rules for escalating risk related information. And we have already talked about escalation when we escalate something. So, escalating risk related information to management or other stakeholders reflect the stakeholder risk appetite and expectation. If something is beyond the appetite of someone and such a matter arises, we must inform all the relevant stakeholders because
Mm-hmm.
that might
Mm-hmm.
be
Okay.
beyond my call of duty. So that stakeholder must be informed that this we have crossed the limit, we have crossed the line, and now we are informing you that this has happened.
Okay.
So
Okay.
they must be kept in picture.
Okay.
As the work evolves, maintaining effective communication with the stakeholder enables portfolio program and project managers to become aware of any changes in the stakeholders' attitude. Now, this is interesting because as we move in the life of the project, even the
Mm.
stakeholders' attitudes may change. Initially, they had a more wider acceptance about the risk, but now, over the period of time, they might have rehashed their attitude. Now they cannot bear that much risk which we thought, or maybe as I the example I gave you, that your organization is running into some financial problem and now their risk appetite has reduced, right?
Yeah.
Similarly, your
Mm.
stakeholders' attitude will also change, and based on their attitude, you may have to revise your risk appetite, and ultimately the whole risk management plan may be affected by that.
Mm. Good.
Risk management provides terminology used to describe risk, which allows participants to share a common understanding of the terms. The risk management plan also defines the critical value of risk management and the thresholds that serve as parameters. That is very important. First of all,
Yeah.
whatever the language we are going to be using as per the risk management is concerned, all the acronyms we are using, all the terminologies we are using, that should be explicitly defined in risk management plan. What does it really mean? What does the tolerance mean? You should provide the specific definition of all the terms because the people who are your stakeholders or you are the users of your plan, they might not be aware about risk management and they might not know the definitions of the things and specifically from the purpose of this project. So you should provide that terminology, and on the other hand, you must also define the critical value of risk management and
Mm.
thresholds that serve as parameter in a manner consistent with the scope of work and attitude of the stakeholder. This is your
Okay.
specific,
Mm.
when you develop your risk management plan, you write it in such a fine wording, in such a comprehensive way that it does uh, become consistent with your scope. It does represent the attitude of the stakeholders and things like that. So all of these things should be very clearly depicted from your risk management plan, meaning anyone reading your risk management plan should feel comfortable as they're not finding any gaps. They are understanding what is happening. They are being educated. So this is what it is. It is not only for
Yeah.
you. This is for all the stakeholders.
Yeah. Just one point.
Mhm.
What do we mean by these critical values? Do we mean that the qualitative, the values that we are just going to use in the quantitative analysis, or what the critical values? What exactly
Actually,
are they?
that is actually it is referring to the thresholds basically that you have
Okay.
defined your threshold, and
Okay.
anything beyond that it becomes critical,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So that because you have defined your threshold, so you have defined the critical value of your risk management in that
Okay.
manner.
Okay. Okay.
Similarly, the risk management plan specifies the key numerical values required in quantitative analysis. When you are doing the quantitative analysis, how do you use numbers in that? Like, in the qualitative analysis, we just used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? But a
Yeah.
quantitative
Yes.
analysis is not like that. Quantitative analysis we use the dollar amounts, the probability to the accuracy of maybe 92.89% and things like that.
Mm.
So what level
Mm.
of accuracy are we using there? Because quantitative is more numeric in nature.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
And if these things are there, then it will facilitate decision making when we are developing the risk response plan, because we would know actually how much this risk is affecting us. Maybe this is causing us a damage of $20,000, right? So now we know that when we develop a risk response, our risk response should not exceed this amount, naturally.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
we can be really very careful about that. Okay. Now let's look at tailoring and scaling the risk management plan. As I said, the risk management plan is continuously going to evolve over time, right? So we will be
Yeah.
tailoring it according to the needs, and I would say changing needs of your stakeholders. Changing needs
Mm-hmm.
of your
Mm-hmm.
stakeholders, you will keep it, tailored accordingly as it fits in any situation. So, and not only your
Mm.
stakeholders, but also it will tailor to the upward connectivity to the program or to the portfolio and to the organization. That is also, if the organizational level risk perceptions do change, then that will impact the portfolio, and portfolio will impact the program, and program will impact the project. So you will
Mm.
absorb that impact, and also you can tailor things according to that, right? So things happening
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
within are things happening from outside. They
Also,
all
yeah.
are
Mm.
impacting your risk management plan, and risk management plan should be revised where and when required. Management
Yeah.
processes are also tightly integrated between portfolio, program, and project domains. We understand
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Sure.
The result from the initial step are documented and communicated and subsequently reviewed by the stakeholders to ensure a common understanding of the scope and objectives of the risk management process. All the stakeholders should be on the same page. They should all be communicated. They should know what we are doing. We should not be actually in habit of hiding things from others. There is normal tendency, if there is something bad, we don't want to tell our boss or our
Yeah.
stakeholder. That is not a good policy. Let us be
Mm-hmm.
transparent. Let us be clean about everything.
Mm.
The risk management plan includes the tailored risk management processes, which are based on the process maturity of the organization. As the things are coming from the organization, and you are tweaking your risk management plan all the time. So that means you are maturing. Your risk management plan is continuously gaining the level of perfection which is desired. That is exactly what is required. We can't have a template of risk management plan which can be used by everyone. It would
Yeah.
differ
Yeah.
from situation to situation, so we would be very careful about it.
Yeah.
Scalability elements of the process that are part of risk management planning, like available resources can be scaled up or down. Escalation path, if what matters are to be reported upwards to what level.
Mm-hmm.
Methodology and
Mm.
processes used, tools and techniques, supporting infrastructure, review and update frequency. You can coordinate this with your higher levels, reporting requirements. So basically, your program will be telling you from the program risk management perspective what do they expect reports coming from the project to the program level risk management, right? So you will
Yeah.
accordingly plan your things and design your reporting structure in that manner.
Okay.
Now, coming over to the success factors for this process only. I am discussing each process separately. So now talking
Yeah.
about plan risk management, what is the success factor for that? There are these five items. Acceptance by the stakeholders. Your risk management plan should have a wide acceptance by the stakeholders, meaning it should have been communicated with everyone. Everyone should be on board, and there would be wide acceptance by all the stakeholders. Second
mm,
success factor is identification of bias and correcting for it. Now, this is very interesting. How do you identify a bias and correct it? Maybe some of the stakeholders may have their own personal interests tied to it, and they are experts of one area and they look all the risks only in that area. That is their personal bias. So if we start identifying the risks or start putting those things as a rule in the risk management plan, that would be wrong. So we have to correct that bias because it is not only that stakeholder who is affected by the risk management plan, but all the stakeholders. So we will bring everybody on board. We will apply correction to that bias, and ultimately we will have a adjusted perception, the right perception for the risk management. It should not be biased towards only one stakeholder just because that is a big stakeholder, right? So that big stakeholder, if he is creating a bias, then we will have to correct it. Alignment with the internal and external constraints and priorities. Naturally, this is apparent that if we are well aligned
yeah,
with our constraints and priorities, our risk management plan will definitely be well written. Balance between cost or effort and benefits, that relates to the cost and cost benefit analysis, that
yeah,
it should be planned in such a manner that the things are kind of balanced out, right? You should not be
mm, mm,
spending more than what you get. Completeness
yeah,
with
yeah,
respect to the needs of the risk management process. It should be comprehensive and it should be satisfactorily complete. You should not leave any loopholes in your risk management plan which could be misinterpreted by anyone. It should be concise, comprehensive, and complete. So
mm,
these are the
okay.
five success factors, and
Mhm.
then we move on to the next process, which is identifying the risk. Okay. Well, I know whatever is written on these slides, this is really good stuff, and it is always, it benefits to read them out. But I will leave it to you to read it through, and if at all you
Okay,
need to
okay,
discuss anything, we can discuss that.
okay, okay, okay. Let me do that. Yeah. Mm, yes, yeah. Okay. It's okay, right, that's some state, okay. Damn, it's a little off. Visual changes with this here in every state. Yeah, I think the bullets are interesting. And the first one,
Hmm.
what I understand is first we have to identify the scope and the objective. We have to agree upon them, and
Yes,
then we'll just come to the risk
exactly.
identification.
That will establish our
And then,
orientation.
yeah, that's the orientation. Yeah. And
So,
we have to also sort out the concerns and issues
yes,
versus that of risk. Okay. And so,
exactly. We
yeah,
can
this is,
identify
I think,
what is risk and what is issue. We could clearly differentiate between them, because I
yeah,
have seen this in practical life, that people do not have any understanding of the difference between risk and issue.
yeah.
Most of the people don't really understand. They interchangeably use these two terminologies,
Mm,
which is absolutely wrong.
yeah. Yeah. Clear. Yeah. Yeah. Let's move on.
So the purpose of risk identification is to identify the risk, naturally, to the extent practicable. Naturally, it won't be possible that you can be 100% precise about it, but whatever is possible, whatever can be identified. You see, there is a
Mm,
limit. You can think. Your mind has a limit. You can think logically,
yeah.
but you can't go beyond a specific point. You can't see the future. But still, to exploit, to kind of give a food for thought to you, I have told you that we should try our level best to do some brainstorming exercises, as if we can identify more than what you can logically connect, right? So we try our level
Yeah.
best to identify as many risks as possible. But be rest assured that this is impossible that we can foresee everything which will happen in future.
Okay.
Okay, then those risks which emerge suddenly in front of you, which are otherwise not visible, they are usually called emergent risk. These emergent risks are
Okay.
those which uh, suddenly become visible, and they have very short life. They are, maybe you have got just 3 more hours in which this risk may explode like a bomb. So whatever
Mm-hmm.
action you have to take on that risk is within those 3 hours. Such risks must be, dealt with on priority basis, right? You can't really say
Okay.
that, okay, this is not that important. Let me deal with what I am doing right now, and I will deal with the emergent risk later. That is not possible, because by that time the emergent risk will have exploded, right? It would have become issue.
Yeah, sure,
So we
sure,
don't really want that.
sure.
So the emergent nature of risk
Yeah.
requires the risk management process to be iterative, repeating the risk identification activities in order to find risks that were not previously evident. So, why are we doing that on a consistent basis? Why are we doing the risk identification exercise periodically? Is to look for the emergent risk. But at the same time, if in case of any emergency, we need to, as I said earlier, we need to conduct our risk identification out of schedule. Suddenly, we should do that. A variety of
Okay.
risk identification techniques is available, and those are available in the standard in Appendix X6. I will show you
Yeah.
the Appendix X6 at the end of the course, where all the techniques and
Yeah.
tools are given separately, but naturally we are discussing all of those tools in our slides as well.
Okay. Okay.
Purpose of identify risk is one or more techniques are selected as appropriate. All of the techniques, as I shown you, as I was talking about the gathering and identifying the risk. So I said all these tools are not necessarily to be used by everyone in every situation. You have to pick and choose which tools specifically suit you as appropriate for meeting the need of a specific portfolio program or project. So it is not specifically talking about project, it is saying whatever kind of risk management you are doing, whether it is a portfolio level, program level, or project level, you make your own decision that which technique is more suitable for you. Aim is to expose and document all knowable risks, recognizing that some risks are inherently unknowable and others emerge later in the work. That is, the emerge later category is emergent risk, right? Unknowable category is
Yeah.
which probably is not recognizable, and knowable category is that you can perceive. Input is sought from a wide range of stakeholders. Well, when we were creating the risk management plan, we consulted the stakeholders. But when we are identifying
Yeah.
the risk, again, we bring the stakeholders on board, and they will help us. They will help us in identification of risk. It would be a big mistake if you are trying to identify the risk only within your team. You must involve
Mm-hmm.
other stakeholders. As I gave you the example when I was talking about the nominal group technique and affinity diagram,
Yeah.
that, if possible, engage and involve them, as many of them as possible. Use those techniques.
Yeah.
That naturally, I would agree that it might not be possible in all the circumstances to do that. Sometimes we don't have that much time. But you see, looking at the sensitivity of the project, if you think that it requires us to get in touch with the stakeholders more frequently, and they should be involved more intimately in the processes like identify risk, then probably you should do that. Historical records and documents may also be reviewed. Naturally, we must look at the old records, old project. What were the risks in the similar projects which had been done earlier? That would be a very good input to us. They may not be
Yeah.
exactly applicable to us, but we could identify that, okay, this risk which happened in the previous project, it might affect us as well. So you could have a good input coming from the historical records.
Yeah.
When a risk is first identified, preliminary responses may be identified at the same time. Now, this is a very good exercise. Um,
Yeah.
Actually, we have discussed all that, but these are certain points which we are digging deeper into the thing and we are finding out. So, what does that mean? Uh, as soon as someone suggests a risk, we should ask that person, okay, I'm noting down your risk, but what do you think? How would you respond to this risk? Right? I'm not creating
Mm.
a risk response right now, but I'm just creating an idea. I'm just writing beside the name of that risk what is the suggested response by the proposer of the risk. This could help us when we are developing the responses. But right now, this is not a very useful information, but we are just recording because we cannot get back to the stakeholders time and again. Okay, now we have come for the risk identification. Now we are coming back to you for developing the risk response, and now we are coming back to you for qualitative analysis. No, we will collect as much data in one go when they give us the risk. We will ask them, okay, what do you think? What should be the response? What do you think? How much probability this risk has? How much impact this risk has? So try to collect as much data at the point of identification of the risk. That would be a very good practice. These are
Okay.
recorded during the identify risk process and are considered for immediate action when such action is appropriate. If you think that there is a specific risk which may be of emergent nature or maybe of more important nature, then you may not go into the long process of qualitative and quantitative and this and that. If there is an emergent risk, you will immediately take action on that, right? So immediate action may be required on certain risks, and it may not follow the predefined procedure. So yes, we definitely agree with that philosophy that if there is an emergent risk, we should immediately handle that before it explodes. When such responses are not implemented immediately, like in the emergent
Yeah.
responses, they should be considered during the planned risk response process. Naturally, there is a process going on after that. We will be having a deliberate time dedicated for creating the risk responses. If we can't take any action right now on an emergent risk, then we can leave it to the planned risk responses process. When we'll do that, we will then create a response for that risk. But if we could have done anything on an emergent basis, we would have done it. All identified risks must be recorded, whether they are big, small, good, or bad. There is no bifurcation. We can't say that this risk looks more important, so I'll just
Yeah.
note it down and not the other one. All the risks must be recorded because it is easier to delete a risk later rather than
True.
ignoring it and then forgetting about it.
Mm.
And as we were collecting data about when the risk was identified, we were collecting data who gave this data, what is the suggested response and all. We should also note down the name of the person who gave this risk to us and then who could be the owner of this risk. It is not necessary the person who identified this risk is the owner of the risk. He is not the owner of the risk. He is the proposer of the risk. But actually, this
Okay.
risk falls into the area of a specific team. That team lead may be the risk owner. So we must have a very clear assignment of the risk owner as soon as a risk is identified.
Mm.
Risk owner, who is this? Is the individual responsible for monitoring the risk and for selecting and implementing the appropriate risk response strategy. Although we are looking at the overall risk management, but once this risk has been assigned a owner, then practically dealing with that risk, kind of developing the responses or quantifying, qualifying, all that, this guy is going to be involved. Risk owner he is directly concerned about this risk. He owns that risk. And therefore, whatever we strategize for that risk, whatever we calculate for that risk, this owner is going to be part of that exercise. It is the responsibility of the risk owner to manage the corresponding risk throughout the subsequent risk management process. Right? It is not only the responsibility of the risk manager or the risk team, but the risk owner and his risk action owners who will take action on that, they all are continuously involved and engaged. They take on the responsibility for their risk.
Okay. So does that mean we have to have specific names?
Yeah, names,
Not
yes.
the department? Yeah,
At least the risk owners must be explicitly decided, but
defined. Okay. Yeah.
risk action owners could be nominated by the risk owner himself. And those
Okay.
people are
Yeah.
actually coming from the team, the normal
Exactly.
working team of the project. Maybe, there is a team of 10 people, and one person has been assigned the role of owner, and he will select, say, he needs two other people to take action. So he will select those people as risk action owners.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, the risk owner, I've talked about it.
Right. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Next.
coming over to the success factors for identify risk. Well, this is interesting. There is a lot of discussion on the subsequent slides, but I will briefly like to address that. Early identification. As soon as you can identify a risk, you have more time to react to it, right? Naturally,
Yeah.
you understand the emergent risks, we don't have much time. We have to act immediately. But early
Yeah.
identification means that we probably have more time to deal with that risk. So try to
Mm-hmm.
identify as many risks as early as possible. And then we have to keep doing this identification process on an iterative basis. So iterative identification on a periodic basis, and even, as I said, on emergency basis. Whenever required, whenever some emergency occurs, something occurs which tantamounts to identification of new risk, we will do that. We'll do that periodically, and we will do that on emergent basis as well. Then, as far as the emergent identification is concerned, we have to be vigilant, whether it is the time for periodic or not. But emergent identification means anytime, anywhere, you may come across a new risk. And if it has got no time to react or less time to react, we must take it on priority and take action before it does explode. Comprehensive identification, as comprehensive as you can. Like, although it is enough that you know the name of the risk, but if possible, try to put in a risk owner name, try to put in a probability and this and that, try to fill in all the columns of the risk register. But if you can't, we don't mind. But be as comprehensive as possible at the time of your identification. Explicit identification of opportunities. Now, this is again a problem that people do identify the negative risk, the threats, but they are not really concerned about identifying the opportunities. You should give almost equivalent attention to the identification of opportunities, because you see, if you can somehow exploit an opportunity, you probably can be benefited. It is just opposite to the negative risk, which is causing damage. Here, there is a benefit coming your way and you are not welcoming it. That is really very unfortunate. You should explicitly identify opportunities. You may have separate sessions for opportunity identification, uh, uh, because when you are discussing threats, then probably your mind is thinking on a negative scale only. You cannot think anything on the positive side. I have a very good suggestion on that. Whenever you are conducting a risk identification session, I would suggest that you start with opportunities. You tell them that we are going to identify the risk, but let us start with a positive attitude and let us first identify as many opportunities as possible. Say you have given half an hour for risk identification. That means people were all in the positive mind and they could come up with new ideas for the opportunities. And then you should give them a break. And once they come back, you say, okay, now let us think on the negative side. Now we will identify the threats. So in a same meeting, if you have to conduct the identify the opportunities as well as threats, start with a positive mindset. First identify the opportunities. Once you are done with that, then you start identify the threats. Multiple perspectives. When you are considering identification of a risk, you look at it from the perspective of various people, various stakeholders. If, say, one stakeholder has identified this risk, you must ask another stakeholder, is it of your concern? Do you feel this risk is good enough? Should we include it in the list? What is your concern about this risk? So take multiple perspectives that will that is cemented. The need for that risk, the identification will be cemented if it is confirmed by more than one stakeholder. risk Risks linked to the objectives. You must be very careful that whatever the risks are they really causing any impact on the project objectives? What are the project objectives? Scope, time, and cost. If any risk is not causing any impact on the scope of the project or time of the project or cost of the project, I would not like to call that a risk at all. That doesn't qualify to be a risk. A risk is the one which has any impact on any one of these three objectives: scope, time, and cost. So you must identify every risk to the respective objectives of scope, time, and cost. Complete risk statement. That is exactly what I said earlier, that a
Yeah.
risk statement is composed of three parts. Part one is the cause, part two is the risk itself, and part three is the effect of the risk. Why it is important to write risk in this three-phrase dialogue is because we are normally confused. What we think is a risk is not a risk, is actually a cause, or it may be a effect. So to really clearly identify what is the cause of this risk and what is the effect of this risk, that will make the things clearer. Probably I gave you an example earlier. For example, I say that uh, it might rain. I gave this example. It might rain. That is a risk somebody is saying. So I need to discuss it. Okay, you say that rainfall is a risk. What do you think will cause the rainfall? He will say, okay, the cause of the rainfall could be the inclement weather. Okay, what is the effect of that? Now, when we talk about effect, we are explicitly asking that person, tell me how the objectives of the project are impacted by rainfall. If he cannot prove it, then it is simply not a risk. Probably he had to explore deeper and try to find the actual risk rather than this thing, rainfall. Rainfall is not a risk, it might be a cause. If it rains, it will affect our concrete pouring work, which will delay our project by this much time, or which will disturb our scope, or which will uh, cause us a damage of this much cost, things like that. These are the effects which I am trying to show. So actually, rainfall was not a risk at all. It was right from the beginning, it was the cause.
Okay.
And actual risk was that this will
Maybe.
hinder our concrete pouring activity. And what is the effect?
Yeah.
So you see, once you do that, you will be having able to develop a complete risk statement which is concise and comprehensive and which cannot be denied. Right? Otherwise,
Okay.
you will
Yeah.
have confusing items in the risk.
Yeah.
Ownership and level of detail. Naturally, I
Yeah.
have
Just 1 minute. One
sure,
minute.
sure, sure.
Yeah, I have to close my office. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, as I have already discussed, every risk must be assigned a owner. So that is ownership is necessary. Otherwise, this risk is going to be hanging somewhere. Nobody will take the responsibility, and this risk will not be treated at all.
Yeah.
And the level of detail in which this risk has to be, described. Then another important success factor is frequent and effective communication. It is not the first time when we collected the information and we interacted with the stakeholders a lot at that point in time, but then we did not meet them ever again. You have to maintain that communication channel with the stakeholder as if they can be always updated on the status of all the risks which had been identified. So we must
Yeah.
maintain a frequent and effective communication with all our stakeholders. And last
Okay.
but not the least is the point about the biases, which I have already discussed. Objectivity to minimize biases. If
Yeah.
some of the stakeholders are having certain biases, you have to fix that. You have to bring objectivity in their thought, and ultimately, the risk statement should not uh, be biased. One stakeholder should not be just for the favor of one stakeholder. It could be, that's why we said that you should, get the multiple perspectives, as if that bias can be removed. In the subsequent slides, all of these points are discussed in more detail. I think in the book it is. Moving on, next is the qualitative risk analysis. How much more time do we have?
We have like 35 minutes,
Okay,
40
good.
minutes,
Good enough. Good enough.
35. Yeah.
Okay. We have already talked about what the qualitative risk analysis looks like. It
Yeah.
evaluates the
Yeah.
importance of each risk in order to categorize and prioritize the individual risk for further attention. Means the 80-20 rule, we are categorizing it in such a way that the biggest risks are collected separately and the smaller risks have been put aside. I normally give you, normally quote an example for that when we are talking about qualitative risk analysis. I don't know when there is a road construction in your area, you see they dump a lot of um, crush or stones, small stones.
Okay.
They
Yeah.
dump it on the side of the road, and
Okay.
then they have a specific size of stone. We cannot use any stone larger than a specific size or smaller than a specific size. So they have to somehow sort them out. So how do they
Mhm.
sort them out? How do they separate big stones from small stones?
So, do they have specifications?
Yeah, they do. But there is
I
a
mean, can they use?
big heap of
Mhm.
stones, right?
Okay, maybe if there is a possibility, then they have to use
Exactly. That is the
sieves.
answer. That is the answer.
Yeah.
Because you can't compare each stone with the other stone, or you can't start measuring each and every stone. You have to
Yeah.
use a qualitative method like a sieve system. If you need stones which are less than 2 inches diameter, then you will throw all those stones on a sieve which is of the diameter of 2 inches, and all those stones just smaller than that will go down.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
naturally, the bigger stones we will separate and we'll use the appropriate size.
Yeah. Yeah.
So basically, qualitative risk analysis is just like that. And you have already seen the mechanism which we used. It was like a sieve system. Like, red and
Yeah. Sure.
bright red was the bigger stones. The smaller stones were just 20% of the load.
Yeah.
So the purpose of this technique is used to gain a better understanding of individual risk. A very interesting
Mm-hmm.
point here is qualitative risk deals with the individual risk. Quantitative risk does not deal with the individual risk. Quantitative risk is more concerned about the overall risk to the project or to the organization. Collective
Mm.
risk, comprehensive risk.
Mm.
Here, when
Mm.
we are doing qualitative analysis, although this is not very precise, we are doing it with kind of a with an approximate scale of 1 to 5 like thing, but still it is good enough to give us analysis of all the individual risks, and we can sort them out from a priority from big to small. Qualitative
Yeah.
techniques consider a range of characteristics such as probability or likelihood of occurrence, degree of impact on the objectives, that is, or there could be other factors like manageability, timing of possible impact, relationship with other risks, common causes or effects. So I'm not going into the detail of these things, but primarily we are more concerned about probability and impact, but there are other things which could also be considered, like
Okay.
the ones listed here.
Okay.
For example, I'll just give you an example. If if you have written it in the form of a proper risk, comprehensive risk statement, and you find there are out of the 800 risks you have identified, 20 risks have same cause, right? So isn't
Yeah.
it
Okay.
isn't it better to to if take measures to eradicate that cause, and these 20 risks will be eradicated altogether?
Yeah. 20 risks may not be just, if at a time, may not be just manageable.
You see,
I
okay,
think we have to the other aspects. Yeah.
they may all be not of the same size. Some are big, some are
Yeah.
small, but there are 20 different risks. Maybe we are concerned about one risk which is very big, but
Yeah.
that risk has got a common cause with 19 others. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
If I
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
eradicate that cause, not only this risk will be eradicated, but 19 others will be eradicated also.
Yeah.
Agreed? That is my point.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Just
Sure.
just a moment, just a moment.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. Mm.
so that is clear. So similarly, what is timing of possible impact when this risk is likely to occur? That is relevant to the nature of emergency in that risk. How soon is it
Mm-hmm.
likely to occur? If we have got a lot of time, then we can plan it for a longer time. But if it is occurring in the next 3 hours, then probably we have to treat it as an emergent, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
How manageable that risk is, right? So all of these factors may be considered, but naturally we do understand that from the qualitative point of view, it could be sufficient if we can look at the probability and impact.
Mm. Okay. Okay.
Assessing individual risks using qualitative risk analysis evaluates the probability that each risk, if it occurs, would have on the portfolio, program, or project objective. You see, when I
Yeah.
am speaking from the perspective of project, my objectives are what? Scope, time, and cost.
Constant
When
time. Yeah.
when I am looking at it from the program perspective, my objectives will be different. We have discussed that earlier. And when I am looking at
Mm-hmm.
it from the portfolio perspective, then my objectives are completely different. Right? So just
Yeah.
remind yourself of that discussion we had. But because here we are talking about the overall risk management, so we are not only talking about the project, so it is about the portfolio program and project, whichever is applicable. The respective objectives may have to be, focused on. As
Okay.
such, this
Okay.
assessment does not directly address the overall risk. So, as I told you, qualitative risk does not deal with overall risk.
Mm-hmm.
Quantitative risk analysis deals with the overall risk.
Yeah.
That results from the combined effect of all risks. So that is not the problem of the
Mm.
qualitative risk analysis. Qualitative risk analysis is doing its analysis based on individual risk basis.
Yeah.
This can,
Yeah.
however, be achieved through the use of quantitative risk analysis techniques. Now, once you have done the qualitative risk analysis, we move on to the quantitative risk analysis, and there we use those techniques to ascertain the overall impact of all the risks on the overall project or program or whatever. And
Yeah.
that's how
Mm-hmm.
we could do that. So that is the job of the quantitative risk analysis, not the qualitative risk analysis. Okay, qualitative risk analysis is applied to the list of risks created and are updated by the identify risk process. So just after the identification of risk, the very
Yeah.
next natural step is qualitative risk analysis. So all the risks
Mm.
are channeled through the qualitative risk analysis. And once the qualitative risk analysis has been done, uh,
Yeah.
all the selected risks, only the selected risks, which has been on the red and bright red area, they are moved to the quantitative risk analysis as if the overall assessment can be done.
Yeah.
Okay, what are the success factors for qualitative risk analysis? Use agreed approach. Use agreed definitions of risk terms, which are defined in the risk management plan.
Yeah.
Approach is
Mm-hmm.
also defined in the risk management plan.
Yeah.
Collect credible information about risks. So the scale of 1 to 5 you are using, it should be quite credible.
Yeah.
Perform iterative qualitative risk analysis because risks are being identified iteratively. So the new risks which have just been identified, we have to do the qualitative analysis of those risks as if the cycle will go on. The whole life cycle of the risk can go on. So as the risk identification is continuous process, so is the qualitative risk analysis, so is the quantitative risk analysis, so is the development of the risk responses. So this all is happening cyclically. So these are
Sure.
the success factors for the qualitative risk analysis. Moving on to the quantitative risk analysis. So it provides insight into the combined effect of identified risks on the desired outcome. What is the desired outcome? Desired outcome is the objectives of the project.
Objective. Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, how does it impact? No, we are not looking at it from the individual risk perspective now. We are now looking at it the overall combined impact of all the selected risks on the desired outcomes. So we can tailor their impact accordingly. Naturally, we'll use a lot of probabilistic calculations and use of statistics. This process takes into account probabilistic or component-wide effects, such as correlations between risks, interdependencies, and feedback loops. So this is about interconnectivity of the risks. So we will have to run various simulations that if this risk occurs and this risk also occurs simultaneously, what will be the cumulative effect of on the project, right? So when we are talking about
Yeah.
quantitative, we are talking about the cumulative effect of
Yeah.
more than one risk at a time. It provides an indication of the degree of overall risk faced by the portfolio, program, or project. Whichever level of risk management are you doing, portfolio level, program level, or project level, the overall risk will be will be indicated through this process. It provides a numerical estimate of the overall effect of the risk on the objective. We have already talked about it. Results from this analysis are used to evaluate the likelihood of success. What is the cumulative effect of all the risks happening right now, and how would it affect our objectives?
Yeah.
And if at all it does have an impact, then we could have a contingency reserve allocated for this cumulative impact. This is not just one risk occurring. This is simultaneously 3 risks are occurring, and we are trying to put aside a contingency for that collective escalation of the risk. Analyzing uncertainty using quantitative techniques, providing a more realistic estimate than a non-probabilistic approach. And for that, we use a lot of tools which provide simulations to us. Actually, this is not possible for humanly creating those simulations, so we use computers for that. Like a computer can simulate your whole project a couple of thousand times in a fraction of a second. It will run your projects 1,000 times, maybe in a second or two.
Yeah.
And give you the probabilistic data. Okay, the purpose, therefore, is not always required or possible. Quantitative risk analysis is not always required or possible. That is very interesting statement. Why? Quantitative risk analysis is not mandatory. Sometimes, when we develop the qualitative risk analysis, we can directly, a project is so small that we don't have to really bother about a lot of cumulative impact of the risks, or the risks which we have identified, they are so very clear that we can easily identify the responses for them directly. So, in such cases, quantitative risk analysis can be done away with. We may not do the quantitative risk analysis, especially in not very complicated projects where the things are very simple, which are very short projects. Maybe quantitative risk analysis is not done at all. But in more complicated projects, more comprehensive projects, more lengthy projects, we may have to do a lot of quantitative risk analysis. But as I said, quantitative risk analysis is not a mandatory requirement. If you think that you can do well with the qualitative data and you can directly develop the responses and move on with it, then that is very fine with us.
Yeah. Interesting.
Therefore, during the planned risk management process, the benefits of quantitative risk analysis should be weighed against the effort required to ensure that the additional insight and value justify the additional effort. You see, the effort we are going to put in quantitative risk analysis might be very expensive, right?
Yeah.
So are you really ready to spend that kind of money for just doing a lot of analysis and exercise? Or if the case is pretty simple, why don't you take action directly based on the qualitative risk analysis and just get rid of this unnecessary process?
Yeah. So it means that we have to, in the risk plan, risk management, we have to come up with the balance of the cost or just effort with the benefits.
Exactly.
We have to decide there.
Risk management plan will tell us that what level of complication dictates that we go for quantitative analysis, and in what cases we could skip it. It could define the limits to us. Yes, of course, you are right.
Thank you.
However, a partial risk analysis, such as qualitative risk analysis, prioritizes only individual risk. Be mindful of the fact, qualitative risk analysis is not dealing with the cumulative effect of the risk. If that is a concern for you, if you want your risks to be cumulative, and their impact has to be assessed in that manner, then you have to resort to quantitative risk analysis. If that is not that important to you, then probably you can skip that. Calculating estimates of overall risk is the focus of the quantitative risk analysis. So it is always talking about overall or cumulative impact of the risk, and that is the sole purpose of having the quantitative risk analysis. Specific risks are usually best understood and quantified at detailed level, so which require the effort to go into that kind of detail. Only then we will go into those details. By contrast, objectives are specified at a higher level, and overall risk analysis, such as one that uses quantitative techniques, estimates the implication of all quantified risks. Thus, quantitative risk analysis and subsequent assessment of risk are enhanced by a comprehensive understanding of the individual risk and their relative importance with respect to objectives. So you are the best judge where you see that you require a quantitative risk analysis, or you can do well with whatever the qualitative risk analysis has given you. Moving on, let's look at the key success factors there. Prior risk identification and qualitative risk analysis, meaning these two things should have been done before you can go for quantitative risk analysis. So there must be risk identification already happened, qualitative risk analysis already happened, only then the quantitative risk analysis can be performed. You must use an appropriate model. I said there are many simulation models and many tools which can be used for doing the quantitative analysis. Like, we talked about the sensitivity analysis, tornado diagram, Monte Carlo simulation. So you have to select the appropriate model which suits your requirement, because all the models, all the methods may not fit into your picture. Third point is competence with the corresponding technical analysis tool. You should be competent enough to use those analysis tools. If you are not competent, better not touch it or learn about them. Commitment to collecting credible risk data. If you are really going into that incisive calculations, you are really committed to get the credible risk data. The things are more sensitive here. If the things are simpler, we won't have gone for quantitative risk analysis. If you are committed to collecting credible risk data, probably you are going for quantitative risk analysis. Again, the focus on unbiased data, whatever data you collect, because now you are going into the detailed, precise data. So again, this all data should be unbiased. It should be, cross-checked many times as if to remove any biases in the data. It should not be the wrong data for that matter. Interrelationship between risks in quantitative risk analysis. Naturally, the risks, this quantitative risk analysis is about multiple risks, is not about any one risk. So there are interrelationships between various risks, and therefore we are trying to assess the cumulative risk of these risks. So these are the key success factors for your quantitative risk analysis. Coming over to the plan risk responses, we have already talked about it in detail. It determines the effective response actions that are appropriate for the priority of the individual risk and for the overall risk. So how do you respond to individual risk? No, definitely through qualitative risk analysis. And how do you respond to overall risk? It is definitely through the quantitative risk analysis. But anyways, the actions are to be taken in the risk response. This process takes into account the stakeholders' risk attitude, which we have already defined, and the conventions specified in the risk management plan, in addition to any constraints and assumptions that were determined when the risks were identified and analyzed.
Yeah, I think this is clear.
Okay. We should consider both the threats and the opportunities. We have already talked about it.
Yeah.
these are the 5 responses to the threat. We have talked about
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
This is further detail about this. You can read it,
Yeah.
but you see, this is not really, we have already talked about it. This is just
Yeah.
the
Yeah. We discussed. Yeah.
formal discussion on that.
Yeah.
Avoid, when you avoid, what is avoidance?
Yeah.
Transfer, mitigate, accept. Then 5 responses may be considered for dealing with opportunities. Naturally, those are the 5 responses. All 5 are not written here, but there are 5. Escalate, exploit,
Yeah.
share, enhance, accept.
Yeah. We discussed those. Yeah.
Okay, let us go to the success factors. The success factors for risk responses is number 1, clearly define risk related roles and responsibilities. There should be a proper risk owner, risk action takers. What are they responsible for? So far, against every risk, there should be clear description of various roles and responsibilities. It should specify the timing of risk response when the action is supposed to be taken. It should be
Okay.
clearly mentioned when the action is desired to be taken. Then, whatever the action is to be taken, you have to provide just in time the relevant resources, budget, and schedule for those responses. Those responses, those actions which are to be taken, they will take some time. They must find a place in the schedule. They must be budgeted in your cost and all that. So, as I said, this must be integrated properly into all your plans.
Okay.
Address the interaction of risks and responses, taking into account secondary and residual risks. Ensure appropriate, timely, effective, and agreed responses and address both threats and opportunities. That is what are the key success factors for planned risk responses. Okay, this we did not discuss. This is the implement of risk responses. Practically speaking, implement risk responses has nothing to do. All the responses we have already created. When is the time to take the action? During execution, the people who are responsible for that, like the risk owner or the risk action takers, they will take those relevant actions. This is called implementing the risk response.
Okay.
When that trigger will occur, the sensor will sense, trigger will occur, and people will be warned. That will be the point when they will start implementation of the risk response. And they already know what responses they have to take, the actions they have to take. Risk owner will take into account everything. Once the planning of the risk responses is complete, all of the approved unconditional response actions are included and defined in the relevant management plans. These actions may be
Okay.
delegated to action owners as appropriate. Now, who are the
Okay.
action owners? These are the people from the team who will take appropriate action when those actions are required to be taken. They will work
Okay.
under the risk action owners, will act under the risk owner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Risk owner is responsible for that, and risk action owners are the people who will act upon those actions.
So does that mean we have to assign the risk owner at the planning risk management phase, and we have to
Actually,
assign delegate action owner at this stage, implement the response.
you see, the risk owners we defined when we defined
Very
the
fine. Yeah.
risk, but risk action
Yeah.
owners were not defined there.
Yeah.
Risk
Okay.
owner is supposed to define the risk action owners.
Yeah.
Who are the
Okay.
people who will take what action when this risk is triggered?
Yeah. Clear.
So risk owner monitors the actions to determine their effectiveness and to identify any secondary risk that may arise. Now, interestingly, risk owner is responsible for identifying any secondary risk resulting out of this risk because
Yeah.
of the implementation of these risk responses.
Mm.
The risk owner and risk action owner are briefed on any changes that may affect their responsibilities. So they will be kept
Yeah.
updated.
Yeah.
Effective communications are maintained between the risk owner and the portfolio program or project managers so that the designated stakeholders accept the accountability for controlling the potential outcome, apply their best efforts to track the associated trigger conditions, and carry out the agreed responses in a timely manner.
Mm.
So this is
Yeah.
as
This
a
one.
result of effective communication. In
Mm.
addition to the risk response actions and trigger conditions, a mechanism for measuring the effectiveness of the responses is provided as part of the risk response planning. How well
Mhm.
did you apply the response? It must be registered somewhere, as if the lesson learned could be recorded. The risk
Yeah.
action
Okay.
owner keeps the risk owner aware of the status of response actions. Whatever action the risk action owner is taking, he keeps informing risk owner on the status of that. And risk owner then decides whether the risk has been effectively dealt with or whether additional actions need to be planned and implemented.
Yeah.
This ensures that the agreed actions are carried out within the normal portfolio program or project execution framework.
Okay.
Okay, the success factors for implementing risk responses. Risk owner is accountable for each risk. Naturally, we know that. Stakeholders commit to implementing risk responses according to plan. Effective
Mhm.
communication, again, is very important here. Cost of the risk responses is determined and calculated as part of the planning. Contingency and management reserves are made available.
Yeah. This is
So,
different. Yeah.
if all of these things are done, implementing risk responses is no problem at all.
Um,
Last but not the least is monitor risks. Now, during monitoring and control, there are people keeping an eye on the processing of risk. Whatever responses had been undertaken, which risks were activated, which were never activated, and what is happening. So, monitor risk process enables the portfolio, program, and project management team to re-evaluate the status of previously identified risks, to identify emergent secondary and residual risks, and to determine the effectiveness of the risk management process. Whatever the response actions have been taken, are they effective or not? So they will do an analysis of the whole risk management process. Portfolio, program, and project environment may change as some risks occur, whether foreseen or unforeseen, and other risks become or cease to be relevant. So some of the risks will occur and some will not occur.
yeah.
Those which will not occur, they will cease to exist. And those which will occur, whether they were known or they were unknown, they will cause some impact, right?
Mhm.
And what
Yeah.
responses we have taken and what actions we have taken, all that, the monitor risk will keep a track of everything. The management team ensures that the planning documents are kept current as additional information becomes available. So we keep updating all the documentation in the process. Periodic risk reassessment using the risk management life cycle, which is repeated again and again from identification till monitoring of risk, is happening continuously. In the event of major organizational changes, risk management planning may need to be revisited prior to performing risk reassessment, right? The project is going
Yeah.
on and major organizational changes have occurred, and that may impact the whole scenario of risk management in the project, program, or portfolio, and we have to revisit our strategy, revisit our risk management plan, and ultimately everything will have to be looked at before we can do a final reassessment. In addition to regular status reviews, periodic risk audits are performed to determine strengths and weaknesses in handling risk within the portfolio program and project. So in a way, we are doing a catharsis, we are doing an analysis about what we did well and what we did wrong, what were our strengths, what were our weaknesses, as if these lessons learned from risk management can be recorded in the historical data, which will be passed on to future projects. This entails identifying any barriers to the effectiveness or keys to success in the risk management, and this is also recorded as a lesson. The recognition
Yeah.
of which could help to improve risk management of the current or future projects, portfolios, and programs. At the end of the program or project, an integrated analysis of risk management process is carried out with a focus on long-term process improvement, meaning leaving lessons learned for future projects to come. This analysis consolidates the findings of the periodic audits to identify lessons that are applicable to a large proportion of organizations' future programs or projects, such as appropriate levels of resources, adequate time for the analysis, use of specific tools, levels of details, etc. All these lessons are learned and recorded for people to come. Moving on to the success factors for monitoring risk, integrated risk monitoring should happen. We should be doing risk monitoring of all of the risks. Continuous monitoring of risk trigger conditions and maintaining the risk awareness. These are the three success factors for good monitoring of risks in any project, program, or portfolio. Okay, we come to the end, and there are a couple of questions for you, and let us see if you can do that. What is the first phase of the risk management life cycle as described in the chapter?
The first phase of risk management life cycle. Plan risk management, I think.
Very good. Plan risk management, then identify risk, then qualitative, then quantitative, then risk responses, then implement risk responses, and lastly, monitor risks.
Yeah.
Second question, why the risk management life cycle is considered an iterative workflow?
Iterative, because it involves multiple phases, because it repeats the same process multiple times, okay? Because it integrates risk management across different domains. No. This is about iteration. So, because it aligns with organization culture foundation, I think it repeats the same process multiple times.
Very good.
No, it's just iteration, I think. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Last question, what is the primary purpose of planned risk management process in risk management?
Okay. Plan risk management process to identify and assess specific risk with the organization, okay, to execute risk management process in isolation from other activity, to develop an overall risk strategy. Overall is not okay. To define numerical values, no. B is not, definitely. Okay, to define numerical values required for quantitative analysis in response planning. Okay, to define. To develop an overall risk management strategy and integrate risk management with other activities. I think D is also sensible, but
D is about the quantitative risk analysis.
But C is the right answer, I think.
Yeah, the C is the correct answer.
Yeah.
Oh, there is another question. What is the key success factor for the identify risk process in risk management?
Key success factor, identify risk. Okay. Develop preliminary risk, a response strategy for all identified, for all. Okay. Identify risk early in the project without an iterative, no. It is with early identification, iterative identification, okay. So this not minimize objectivity to align with stakeholders' perspective. No, minimize objectivity with bias. Actually, seeking input from wide range of stakeholders and consider multiple perspective. Uh, develop. No, I think maybe D. Yeah, D is sensible. I think so.
D is the right answer. D is the right
Yeah,
answer. Oh, another question. Which factors contribute to the success of quantitative risk analysis?
quantitative.
Apply all,
Select
select
all.
all that apply.
Okay, okay. Quantitative factor control. Okay. Conduct qualitative risk analysis before quantitative. I think, yeah. Using
Mhm.
an appropriate model for analysis, yeah. Employ technical analysis tools without the need of expertise. I don't think so. Collecting risk data without commitment. No. To its credibility, no. Ignoring the interrelationship between risk. I think it's A and B.
A and B. And E,
Oh,
ignoring the interrelationship between risk, because we are talking about quantitative risk analysis.
quantitative, yeah. Okay. But I don't, okay.
What is the risk response strategy selected for high priority opportunities where organization wants to ensure that the opportunity is realized, seeking to capture the benefits associated with it by increasing the probability of occurrence to 100%?
Risk response strategy selected for high priority opportunity where the organization wants to ensure the opportunity is realized, capture the benefit associated with it by increasing the probability. I think, yeah, that's no, opportunity. I think that's exploit,
Exploit.
scale it and exploit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exploit, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the role of the risk action owner in the implement risk responses process?
Risk action owner. To identify risk, no, to measure the effectiveness of risk responses, to monitor actions and identify secondary risks, to communicate, no, to communicate to the stakeholders, that's not to identify risk, to measure the effective. I think to measure the effectiveness of risk responses, B.
Effectiveness of risk responses is done by the monitor risk.
Yeah, okay, okay. Okay, that is that case to monitor actions and identify secondary. Maybe.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, two
Do we
question
have
more.
another? Okay. I think time is going. Okay. What is the primary objective of monitor risk process? Identify new risk, maintain viability of response plans, perform risk audits to create risk management plan. D is not perform risk audits. Okay, that senses maintain the validity of the response plan.
Okay.
I think we do have more than one.
No, only one.
That's
Only one.
only one.
Yep.
Okay. Uh, Maybe to perform a risk audit,
Yes. No.
not maintain.
Maintain the
Okay.
viability of response because we are going to leave lessons learned. And
Okay.
the success factors related to monitor risk, the answer is integrating risk monitoring.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So
I
we
think, okay. Yeah.
we are done with it. We
Good
took the
time.
whole day in only this one chapter, but this was quite comprehensive. But remember,
Yeah.
this chapter was not only about project risk management. This was about
Okay.
portfolio, program, and project.
Yeah.
Subsequently,
Good.
what we'll be studying, we'll be focusing specifically on project management, although there will be a lot of repetition because whatever we have studied almost everything about risk management. But naturally, we are going to
Yeah.
be more focused on project risk management when we move on to the chapter number 5. Got it?
Okay. So, yeah, got it. But I am just running out of time. So, shall we meet after 1 hour?
No, no, we are done. We are done.
We are done totally. Okay. Thank
We
you.
are done for today, and we will be meeting next week now.
Okay. Thank you. I will
Thank
just
you very
prepare.
much
Okay.
and take care.
Thank
Bye
you
bye.
very much. Okay. Have a good time. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Take care. Bye bye.
Okay, okay.